Wish someone could DoorDash me an espresso. Good morning, Eagle.
Good morning.
Morning. Morning.
Okay, it looks like Granicus is working as well, so we are ready whenever you are.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, the February 21st, 25th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Flag of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all.
Mr. Chair, did you want us to approve the minutes before our 9:05 first item?
Yeah, we can go ahead and take action on the minutes from February 11th.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the February 11th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting.
Second.
Can we get a roll call?
Sure. Commissioner Hess?
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown?
Yes.
Commissioner Price?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Good morning, Commission. This is Takar Nicole Thomas, Deputy Director. It looks like we are waiting a few minutes to get to our 9:05. In the meantime, I would like to introduce our newest addition to the team. But before that, I want to say formally thank you to Trish Turner. She has been an immeasurable help with the interim for the Office Assistant Planning Commission Secretary. So I wanted to say thank you, Trish, for all your hard work. You've helped us so much, more than you can know. And then he's going to turn the baton over to Carrie Ann Marriott, who is sitting next to her. So you'll see some new emails coming from her, some communications over the next couple weeks. Please show her that Lake County CDD welcome. She is awesome. She has a very great personality. She's already slotted into the team, and I think she has some big shoes to fill, but I think between her and Trish with the transition and then taking it over with Carrie Ann, the Planning Commission is in great hands.
Excellent. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Thanks for.
I'm going to be leaning on her for the next couple of weeks.
Right.
That's okay. I'm here. Yeah, well,
Good morning. So we had a little bit of feedback and echo during that last little conversation. So I would like to remind everybody to please keep their mutes on if they are not speaking. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to just ask if there's any citizens input. If there's no citizen input, we'll
It
go ahead
does
and
look
move on to our first item.
It does look like we have a hand raised here.
Okay.
Michael Bruno. Michael, I've sent you a mute request. Will you guys?
It's actually for item 5. I didn't know when to raise my hand.
Okay, so if you just raise your hand when we're on that item.
Okay, will do. Thanks.
So our first item is a public hearing to consider major use permit, UP 20-18, and a mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 20-21. The project applicant is Incline Power LLC. Owner Patsy Thornburn is proposing a new 150-foot tall cell tower and appropriate equipment within an 80 by 80 fenced enclosure on a 26.55 plus acre property. Location is 16355 Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, California, and further described as APN 010-055-31. Staff.
Mr. Chair, before staff begins, I just would like to mention that Scott DeLeon has recused himself from this meeting as this project is on his, he has a personal interest, so he has recused himself from this meeting and from any dealings with this project as far as my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, sorry to interrupt. It sounds like we have a technical difficulty on your mic there.
Sounds like you inhaled a helium balloon.
Yeah. So if you might want to try checking the connection on that device. So that's still doing it, sorry.
Jake, I would suggest just have him reboot and see if that corrects the driver issue.
What was that, Sam? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
There, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Eric, if it's possible, if you could reboot your system, that may help.
Yeah, and if it's like a web camera, maybe a USB web camera, just unplug it and replug it back in.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Do I sound like I'm just inhaled helium?
Now you sound great.
All right.
Much
well,
better.
like I was trying to say earlier, we finally have a non-cannabis application to bring before you today. Applicant's proposing a 150-foot tall cell tower. Location is about a quarter mile to the south of the roundabout of 53 and 20. To be in an 80 by 80 enclosure, and there's apparently a very real need for coverage in that area. So we sent out notices to the neighbors. There was only one neighbor who physically lives within the notification area. We received no negative responses. In fact, we received no responses. And so there's no written or verbal opposition to the tower. This is a lattice tower. Lattice towers are able to co-locate other carriers, and I believe they can have up to 4 different carriers on one tower. The alternative would be a monopole, which only allows for 1 carrier. So this one has the potential of supporting 4 different wireless carriers on one tower. So we sent the initial study to the state. We got comments back. We had no adverse comments received. The only comment that we got was actually well, that's not true. We got back a number of comments, but they were pretty generic. The Sheriff's Department supports cell towers because it enhances the ability of emergency service providers to act in emergencies in a better manner. So, as with any use permits, there are 6 approval criteria that are within Chapter 50.4, and I'm not going to go over those unless you want me to. Cell towers are also covered under Article 71, and I've applied several approval findings that I will go over because they're kind of out of the ordinary, and they're specific to cell towers. Number 1, approval criteria number 1, that the development of the proposed wireless communication facility will not significantly affect any public viewshed, scenic corridor, or other identified environmentally sensitive area or resource as defined in the Lake County General Plan or area plans. Applicant provided some visual simulations. I believe they're, well, I'm not sure which attachment they are, but they should have been provided in your packet. Attachment 5. And the tower is visible from the highways. You know, they cannot disguise a 150-foot tall cell tower without defeating the purpose of having it to begin with, which is to provide coverage. They did not attempt to disguise it. They are required to paint it with non-glare paint, earth tone, and that's within the conditions of approval. So that's about the extent of the disguising of the tower that they're proposing. Approval criteria number 2, that the site is adequate for the development of the proposed wireless communications facility, and that the applicant has demonstrated that it is the least intrusive for the provision of service as required by the FCC. The site's 26.5 acres in size. The tower is going to be located at the approximate high point of the property to maximize the coverage of this tower. So the site is certainly large enough to support the tower. I do want to mention that there are high voltage PG&E towers in the vicinity. The nearest one is on the property, roughly 200 feet from the proposed cell tower. So with that said, given all the evidence that we were in possession of, all the agency comments, the lack of negative feedback, we're recommending the adoption of IS 20-21 and that use permit 20-18 gets approved for the reasons stated within the staff report, subject to the conditions of approval that are attachment 4. And unless there are questions, that concludes my presentation this morning on that cell tower project.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have any questions from the commissioners?
I don't have any questions.
No questions.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to note that via e-comment, we have not received any, I'm sorry, I misspoke. We received one comment on this item. And if you would like, I could read it into the record.
Yes, please.
Actually, my apologies, I misspoke. I was correct the first time. There have been no comments via e-comment submitted for the cell phone tower, item number 1. My apologies.
Okay.
Just to confirm, no comments received via e-comment.
So the only question I have, Eric, is I know we've discussed the cell towers in past years. So my concern would be any issues with the tower impacting migration of birds, any type of raptors, anything in that sense. And I know we talked about this again, and there were different types of accommodations that were made in terms of, you know, like you mentioned, the color of the tower to not attract attention. And so I wanted to see if that was addressed in the biological resource conditions.
Well, conditions that are related to biological study or conditions, pardon me, the first one requires payment of the Fish and Wildlife fee, which is standard for any initial study that goes to the state. The second one pertains to tree removal. If they have to remove any healthy oak trees that are over 5 inches in diameter, measured 4.5 feet above grade, they have to replant them at a ratio of 3 to 1. Minimum size is not specified within the condition. They do have to maintain the trees for 3 years with an 80% survival rate. And that condition was actually taken from another older cell tower set of conditions of approval that I used to model this template. Third, biological does not pertain to raptor surveys. We can certainly add one that requires a raptor survey prior to construction of the tower. So if the commission wants to add condition number D4, I can craft some wording for you for your consideration.
Okay, yes, I would encourage that language. And I think too, one of the things that comes to my mind is the traveling raptors that nest in the area that kind of, it's a corridor to Cache Creek where the raptors travel. So that would be something I would be interested in hearing, the language.
I would suggest putting in a condition that requires a pre-construction survey of raptors within a certain distance of the tower site. And if there are any raptors within that vicinity, the applicant would need to figure out how to provide a suitable habitat beyond, say, an arbitrary 50 or 100-foot buffer zone around the tower.
I'm in favor of that.
Absolutely.
Would the commission like to see a 100-foot buffer zone or a 50-foot? And both of those numbers are arbitrary.
Does that have to be determined before the study is conducted?
Yes, because it would determine where they're going to actually demarcate the survey boundary. So I would recommend 100 feet. You know, it's a big tower, 100 feet is not that large of an area. And if they do that survey within 100 feet of the 80 by 80 pad, we can then know for certain that there either are no raptor nesting sites, or they would have to make provision to relocate the raptor nesting sites. And I don't think that would mean moving the nests. I think it would mean providing a suitable habitat in the vicinity.
I'm comfortable with that recommendation, Eric, the 100 feet.
I am as well. Mr. Chair, when we get to making a motion, if you would like us to add that verbiage, Eric, if you wanted to throw something together.
Okay. Let me write it down here.
Okay, while you do that, Eric, I'm going to see if the applicant has anything they would like to express or share, and then after that, we'll open it up to the public. Do we have the applicant available? Okay, if not, I'd like to open up public comment to for anybody interested in commenting on this application.
I'm sorry, I don't have the name of the applicant, so I don't know if they're in the Zoom room or not.
They were served an invitation. I'm not sure if they're participating or not. It's John Peterson and, oh boy, can't think of the other one's name. John's been the primary contact.
Okay, well, they are here, and I haven't received any requests from that individual to speak. But I have sent them an unmute request. That's John Peterson.
Good morning. This is John Peterson. I'm sorry. It seemed like my mute function was locked, but it just got unlocked. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
John.
And see me?
Can't see you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can get my start the video here. Oh, start my video. You just asked me to. Sorry, I'm new to this Zoom, so I'm trying to figure it out as we go. You guys have probably had about a year of experience. Am I visual now?
You're fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, I got a quick presentation here, and then we'd be happy to answer questions. I know your time's valuable. I just wanted to thank all the Planning Commission members for taking the time to hear our application for the permit today. We'd also like to thank Eric Porter and the staff at the Department of Community Development for working on our submittal over the last year. They've been very valuable, invaluable. Just a little background on Incline Partners, LLC. We're the applicant. We're based in California and Nevada. We're a small two-person, two-owner company that's been operating in the tower business for about 20 years. So we developed these just on our own and lease them out to carriers. We've developed many towers throughout this area, Oregon, Washington, Nevada, California. So we're very experienced in building towers and leasing them out to carriers. We've been working on this project for over 2 years, bordering 3 years. We first contacted the Thorburn family about constructing a tower on their land close to 3 years ago. And between that time, getting a lease and filing the application, getting the biological resource study done, et cetera, it's taken about 2.5 years to get us to this point. We believe once this project's built, it's going to greatly enhance wireless coverage in this area of Lake County. The coverage around the lake itself is not bad, but when you leave the 5320 junction and head east, it goes to virtually no coverage whatsoever. And I just wanted to make a note on, you know, developing towers like this in rural areas. You may wonder, why is it in a view shed, or why is it on a mountaintop that you can see partially from the highways? And that is because in building in rural areas like this, you need height to be able to cover as large a stretch of the highway as you can. A carrier's not going to come in and build little small sites every quarter mile. The economics just not going to work. So we found a site that has a decent road. It's got relatively available power and fiber optics, and that's why this site was selected, as long as a willing landowner. Let's see. As mentioned, this is a 150-foot lattice tower. It's been designed to accommodate additional wireless carriers. As Eric mentioned, the lattice tower allows you to put more carriers on it. It's been designed to hold up to 4 carriers. We've been in contact. Pardon me, my phone rang. We've been in contact with all the 4 wireless carriers that do serve this area, and they've shown some interest. Typically, we don't sign leases or engage in negotiations until a permit like this has been approved. That's why that's about as far as we've got. I think all these carriers need coverage heading east on 20, and there's a good chance we'll get most, or if not all of them, on this tower ultimately. We've been in this business, like I said, 20 years. We have existing relationships and lease agreements with all these carriers. The access to this facility is an existing access road off Highway 20. It crosses an adjoining parcel owned by the Thorburns as well. And we're going to extend it about 900 feet to the tower compound. This project is really going to enhance the ability of emergency responders in the event of emergency. In fact, this area was burned in the 2012 Y fire, and unfortunately, it burned down the Thorburns house on the site. And this area and much of the area of California, we've seen an increase in fires, and cellular communications are going to be a big aid in the event of future fires in this area. Cellular coverage maps show service gaps in the area, and these existing facilities aren't meeting these service needs. This facility is going to, like most cell towers, it's going to be unstaffed. There's going to be no regular hours of operation and no impact to existing traffic patterns. There's not going to be any lights associated with the facility other than potentially a motion activated light at the door to the facility in the event there's emergency access needed at night. And like Mr. Porter pointed out, this facility is not going to be anywhere near any residential at all. We have completed a biological resources assessment, and the staff has found all required findings for CEQA compliance. There was mention about a raptor study, and I will note this area was burned in the 2012 Y fire. There's virtually no existing trees. There's existing native shrubbery that's come back. We've walked the property. Most of it's waist high or less. So there aren't any large trees where raptors would typically locate in. We're certainly fine with doing what's necessary here, but I just point that out. It's not an area I would suggest raptors are nesting in just due to the low level of the vegetation. We designed it and located this tower to have minimal impact on the existing residences and highways. The tower is 2,500 feet from the nearest point on Highway 53 and about 1,300 feet from Highway 20. And the closest visual reference point on Highway 20 to the north is 3,100 feet. If you look at the photo simulations provided, it shows minimal visual impact, we believe. In addition, there's an existing 100-foot wide PG&E high-power transmission line going through this property, and we've located the tower behind one of the existing towers. As you drive up Highway 53, you'll see an existing PG&E high transmission tower, and we've located this tower to be behind it, so it sort of fits in with the lattice tower appearance up there of the PG&E easement. Let's see. Other than that, we believe this project meets all the applicable requirements of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and we ask that you approve the project. And we thank you for the time, and happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commissioners?
No questions?
If we have none, okay.
No questions from me. John, I appreciate you giving us that information. And I mean, I personally have never had service from 53 to 20 until you hit Williams. So I feel like this is a good project.
It's a good start for that drive.
Right?
Okay, if there's no more comments, we want to open this up to the public. If anybody in the public wishes to make a comment, please state your name for the record.
And I have sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floors.
And Chair Brown, there's no one outside the building that is wanting to comment at this time either.
Let me unmute.
Okay, we have one raised hand. Go ahead.
Sorry. Is it okay for me to go?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess one of the questions I wanted to know, because I know it falls under CEQA, even for the, usually dealing with the FCC, that we comply with CEQA. I guess one of the questions I have when we're talking about the 100-foot buffer zone, and how that could possibly maybe make the difference in on the project.
No, I didn't touch that.
Removing grubbing.
There's another bag with money in there somewhere too, I think.
Okay, can you hold on, please? We have a.
I got it. Sorry. Please continue.
I just wanted to find out, first of all, I think if, what would be incorporated or what should be incorporated is as far as any of the project employees possibly get cultural sensitivity training, just to let them know that if something came across, that who they need to get in contact with, and then if that buffer zone is going to be the 100-foot buffer zone, does that affect what's going to happen? I think with any grubbing or any tree removal or any kind of ground disturbance. That's my suggestion.
Commissioners, I can address that. Condition number E2 requires that all employees shall be trained in recognizing potentially significant artifacts that may be discovered during ground disturbance. If any artifacts or remains are found, the local overseeing tribe, that should be the word of the culturally affiliated tribe, shall immediately be notified. A licensed archaeologist shall be notified, and the Lake County Community Development Director shall be notified of such fines. Further, if any remains were to be found, the Sheriff's Department would need to be notified. So the change to condition number E2 probably should have culturally affiliated tribe and notification of the Sheriff's Department in the event remains are found.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Do we have any other public?
No, Eagle, but that last comment, I don't believe he stated his name for the record.
Okay, can you, Mr. Gary, state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Robert Geary. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Habemetal Pomo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments?
And I've sent a second unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, seeing no comment, we'll bring this back to the commission. Does anybody have any further discussion, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do have the wording for proposed condition number D4 regarding raptor nests.
Okay.
Condition D4, prior to construction, a raptor survey shall be conducted and shall extend beyond the pad by 100 feet. If nests, that should be in all directions. If nests are discovered, a new nesting area shall be provided via new tree, parentheses, plural trees, that shall be located no less than 100 feet from the edge of the 80 by 80 pad supporting the tower.
That sounds adequate.
I agree.
And did you have any language in regards to the change in the cultural resource?
Yes, I do. Minimal changes to condition number E2. Exchange the term local overseeing with culturally affiliated tribe, and add that the Sheriff's Department shall be notified in the event any remains are discovered during site disturbance.
Sounds good. I gotta pull that up, actually.
Okay, we're ready for action from the board.
Mr. Chair, this is in your district, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
Yeah, I'd be happy to offer a motion in that case.
Okay.
I move that the Planning Commission find that the initial study IS 20-21 applied for by Incline Power LLC on property located at 16355 South Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, and further described as APN 010-055-31, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated February 25, 2021, and as amended today.
A second.
Okay, can I get a roll call, please?
Yeah, definitely. Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Mr. Chair, I further move that the Planning Commission find that the use permit UP 20-18 applied for by Incline Power LLC on property located at 16355 South Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, and further described as APN 010-055-31, does meet the requirements of section 51.4 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated February 25, 2021, and as amended today.
Second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Okay, I'd like to note that the applicant or,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I believe there's one more motion.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
one.
sorry about that.
No worries. I move that the Planning Commission find that the wireless communication facility applied for by Incline Power LLC on property located at 16355 South Highway 20, Clear Lake Oaks, and further described as APN 010-055-31, does meet the requirements of section 71.13 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and that the Planning Commission has reviewed and considered the mitigated negative declaration which was adopted for this project, and the wireless communication facility be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated February 25, 2021, and as amended today.
I'll second.
You have a second? Roll call, please.
Oh, I was muted. Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fees must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to go on to our 9-10 item, public hearing to consider major use permit, UP 20-27, and a mitigated negative declaration based on initial study, IS 20-32. The project applicant is LC 2400, owner Shauna Schutte, proposing 5A type 3 outdoor commercial cannabis cultivation licenses consisting of 2,107,800 square feet of canopy area located within 252,960 square feet of cultivation area, location 2400, 2405, and 2215 Clover Valley Road, Upper Lake, and further described as APNs 004-007-12 and 004-007-13, 004-007-23.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for taking the time. Let me see if I can share my screen. I do have a presentation prepared for this project. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to go ahead and start off and mention that I'll be presenting this project here, as mentioned before, major use permit 20-27. Before I go ahead and get started, I do want to just address real quickly on the last page of the staff report in the motions, I do have the date January 14th, 2020. I apologize, that's an error. It should be 2021 in the motions as well. So I just wanted to make a quick note of that. But okay, let's go ahead and get started here.
Victor, before you start, what was the date that needed to be changed to?
It should be changed to January 14th, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what I'll be going over today here is, in the agenda here is the permit request, the project description, the site description, the analysis of the project, and recommendations and conditions as well. So to start things off here, as mentioned before, the applicant is seeking approval of a major use permit to cultivate 217,800 square feet of outdoor cannabis cultivation located within 252,960 square feet of cultivation area, as well as the construction of structures to support the cultivation as well. The total proposed canopy size, as mentioned already, is the 217,800, which in comparison to the acreage and the space that the applicant submitted for in this project is approximately 4.5% of total area that is going to be cultivated. If you look there here on the right-hand side, I did provide a zoning map to kind of give you an idea of which parcels are included within this project. And now that I have that pulled up there, I do kind of want to jump in and start off in explaining that there's 3 parcels included in this cultivation permit project, but the applicant will only be cultivating in the northern parcel. If you can see, I'm not sure if you can see my mouse, but in that northern section. So how the applicant is going to achieve this is through Article 27. There is a co-location and clustering method or permit that is allowed, assuming that all parcels qualify independently for a cannabis cultivation permit, which staff identified that all parcels do. So cultivation will only occur on 2400 Clover Valley Road, and the other 2 parcels will not include any cultivation activities. And additionally, there's a condition of approval that has been included, which will require the applicant to record a deed of restriction to ensure that no cultivation activities can occur on those 2 parcels, since the acreage has already been used for that single parcel. So to kind of explain a little bit more about what they are requesting, they are applying for 5A Type 3 outdoor cultivation licenses. The project is located approximately 1.6 miles east from a community growth boundary known as the Upper Lake Incorporated Area. Additionally, the applicant proposes to apply for a Type 13, which is a distribution license that would be additionally included as part as the cultivation operation. And the applicant also proposes to install one 2,400 square foot agricultural steel building that they will be using for harvesting and processing, and also one 288 square foot enclosed waste and composting shed. With the background with this property, there has been agricultural activities that happened, that has been occurring in the past, which I'll dive into a little bit later. But as a result of previous ag activities, there is existing structures on the property as well, which it's outlined in page 2 of the staff report, of which existing ancillary facilities the applicant will be using. And then to kind of jump in as well, I wanted to touch a little bit on the water source and the water usage for this project. So staff analyzed the project, and there's an existing agricultural groundwater well that is on the property. The well produces approximately 120 gallons per minute, and this is supplied through information through the state, the Department of Water Resources through the state. And so with the 120 gallons per minute, just to put it in perspective, is approximately 75.7 gallons, or 75.7 million gallons per year that the well could potentially produce. And in terms of the application, the applicant will be using approximately 3,677,400 gallons in an annual basis in terms of the cultivation operation. So to kind of put that in perspective, that would be approximately 4.8% of the full well capacity that's going to be used. But as you may know, with water usage, the water levels can fluctuate depending on, the season or the time of the year. So staff included a condition of approval in attachment, I believe it is 4, that requires the applicant to continuously monitor the well. They'll have to keep a record of it and provide those records to the Community Development Department when requested, and additionally
Maybe instead of going into the
and when staff, we do have a process where we conduct annual inspections as well, where we would confirm that information and continuously monitor the water usage as well. So just to kind of jump in a little bit here, staff is recommending approval of major use permit UP 20-27 with conditions outlined in full in the staff report. And I want to go ahead and talk about the site description as well. So this project is located on Clover Valley Road in Upper Lake, California. That picture that I have in the right area there that's the entrance to the site. Again, the properties altogether combined is approximately 110.60 acres in size, and the properties are zoned agricultural preserve and rural lands, in which both of those zonings support commercial cannabis cultivation licenses as well. So talking about the location of the project, I do want to discuss that this project is located in Clover Valley, and as you guys might be familiar, Clover Valley does have farmland of local importance within it. So this project is located within the farmland of local importance designation. However, staff has done some research and analyzed the project as well. And I just kind of want to go ahead and mention that in accordance with Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, within areas designated as prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, and farmland of local importance as depicted by the Lake County Important Farmland mapping system, commercial cannabis shall be limited to indoor, mixed light, and greenhouses that are equipped with filtration systems that prevents the movement of odors, pesticides, and other airborne contaminants. However, the permitting authority may allow outdoor cultivation outside a greenhouse if the prime farmland, farmland of statewide importance, unique farmland, and farmland of local importance are isolated areas that are not connected to a large system of such lands. So this proposed project here is located at the end of Clover Valley. So I did provide an image here, which I'll get to in a second when we circle back around to this subject. But the project is located at the end of Clover Valley, so therefore staff has determined that the project is isolated from the larger system within this valley. And additionally, the applicant does have existing vegetation cover within the front and western property line. And as part of this project as well, the applicant actually proposes to add more vegetative cover to protect, from drift and even from, from visual aspect as well to cover the site. So I apologize. It seems that the site plan didn't render correctly when I added it in here. I just wanted to give you guys a visual of, where the site is located in respect to the property. But don't worry, it is an attachment in the staff report that you can refer to if you would like to kind of take a look and see a visual of the project itself. Now to dive into the project analysis, staff reviewed the project as concurrent with those following plans that are listed below, which include the general plan, the Upper Lake and Nice area plan, and the zoning ordinance as well. So it does meet the development standards, and it's as outlined in the staff report. And to kind of reiterate, commercial cannabis cultivation is a permitted use in the agricultural preserve and rural land zoning district upon issuance of a major use permit. And thankfully, this image did come out clearly, so you guys can see how the site looks. The proposed use is consistent with the land use. The site is relatively flat. I do have some site photos after, I believe after this slide, that shows the area of when staff conducted a site visit. So, you know, topography is 0 to 10% grade where cultivation will occur. Those two southern parcels, they are relatively steep, but again, no cultivation will occur within those two parcels on the southern edge. And again, the property is not located within a community growth boundary. So staff did conduct a site visit as mentioned before, and also to analyze the road access as well, which I'll jump into here shortly. So this is looking towards the cultivation site. So in a perspective, this is looking towards the west. I think I put east there, but it's actually looking towards the western side. So you can see there that flat area, that's where the applicant will be actually cultivating. And this here is just kind of a different angle, but it's also looking towards the cultivation site. And this is looking towards the road. So Clover Valley Road, you can kind of see there on the left side. You can see that they have some vegetation or vegetative cover there. They're going to propose to add more vegetative cover to, you know, keep it a little bit more inclusive. And also along the western property boundary, they're going to add more vegetative cover as well. So to kind of add to that a little bit, I think it's appropriate to bring it up now. As you may be aware, there was a new, well, actually, I'll hold off on that until I get to the farmland section, so you can kind of get a visual and kind of get a clear understanding as to what I'm referencing, which is the next slide, so perfect. So this is where the project is located. You can see it's towards the end of that farmland of local importance. And then under Ordinance 3101 that was recently passed, there was a farmland protection zone that was created. You know, it's a new thing going on right now. I know there's some discussions going on along with it as well. But as far as right now, those farmland protection zones are passed and are included in an amendment to the ordinance. So I just kind of wanted to give you an idea of where it's located in respect to the farmland protection zone. So we've included a condition of approval within the conditions document that will actually require the applicant to submit a vegetative screening plan in which they will have to identify how they're going to be essentially providing additional cover, even though they already proposed to add vegetation to protect the farmland protection zone and surrounding areas as well. Staff still included it as a condition, and the applicant will need to adhere to that condition of approval. And then in terms of the California Environmental Quality Act, staff created an initial study and has categorized the project to be a mitigative negative declaration. So the mitigations are outlined in attachment 4 and attachment 6 as well. In terms of the findings, staff did find that the project is compliant with major use permit Article 51, the requirements in there, as well as Article 27 of the Lake County Zoning Ordinance. And just to kind of touch back again, there are conditions of approval and mitigations that are included in attachment 4, which you can refer to in there. But some of the examples is, you know, requirements in regards to water quality, cultural resources, air quality as well, and timelines of the permit also. So there was some public comments that were submitted. There was some green sheets that were included to your commission. I can go ahead and jump into that now, or would you like to wait until it's open for public comment?
I would prefer if you would read the green sheets. I don't know how everybody else feels.
No, I agree with that, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Okay. So give me 1 second while I pull that up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
In the meantime, while you're searching, I'm happy to make a comment. I think this is a fine project and well-designed and well-prepared. And I know that there's been another less than 24 hours before our hearing comment by the Napa Valley chapter of the Native Plant Society. I don't know if they've hired a special staff member just to focus on Lake County issues, but I've read the Jennifer Hawley Bioconsulting follow-up botanical survey, and I'm satisfied that those concerns raised by the Napa Valley chapter of the Plant Society don't concern me.
Okay.
Okay, if I may, I could read the public comment to put it on record.
Yes, please do.
Okay, all right, so we received a public comment on February 24th, 2021. It's from the California Native Plant Society, and as Commissioner Hess mentioned, the Napa Valley chapter. So I'll go ahead and just read it into the record. So it says, the California Native Plant Society would like to state opposition to the approval of this project based on the current available information. Information provided upon request from staff includes a very brief description of findings of a walnut orchard that was removed from the project site, but with an unidentified footprint relative to the project area. The staff report summarizes the existing conditions in one sentence. An initial study was completed, but the staff report does not describe the presence or absence of sensitive habitat. The suggestion of follow-up surveys indicates that habitat quality is perhaps conducive to the occurrence of special status habitat or species. The California Native Plant Society is concerned regarding the presence of seasonal wetlands or special status species, including taxa, that are locally rare in Lake County. Approval of this project prior to the statement of the fact that an in-season surveys determine the absence of such conditions is unacceptable. This precludes the ability to the reviewer from assessing potential impacts and the board from adequately judging the environmental risks when deciding the project's fate. Please require the necessary environmental analysis and disclosure prior to the submission of a negative declaration in a public hearing. So if I may, I would like to respond to that comment. Okay, so in terms, there was some important sections in here which I'd like to address. The first one, as mentioned, is information provided upon request from staff, includes a very brief description of findings of a walnut orchard that was removed from the project site, but with an unidentified footprint relative to the project area. So staff actually uses a resource called Historic Aerials. We did go back and identified that from 1965 to approximately 1983, there was a walnut orchard present in approximately 95% of the project area in which they'll be cultivating in. So staff did determine that that area where they'll be cultivating in has been previously populated by walnut trees in that area as well. Another section that I'd like to address as well in that public comment, and let me get my notes real quick. So an initial study was completed, but the staff report does not describe the presence or absence of sensitive habitat. The suggestion of follow-up surveys indicates that habitat quality is perhaps conducive to the occurrence of special status species. So with the staff report, we have the initial study attached, which is the environmental document. And that environmental document in the biological assessment or biological resource section, it was disclosed that one sensitive bio community existed in the western corner of the property that was identified as a wet area. But in the biological assessment, the biologist did require a 100-foot buffer from being or a protection area around the wetland area. And to kind of give a little bit of background, that wetland area is only traverses through the property approximately 5% of the total area of the seasonal wetland. So the biologist reviewed that and assessed that area and required a 100-foot setback, which the applicant has agreed to, and we've included that as a mitigation measure in the initial study as well. The initial biological assessment also, it identified that there were no special status species that were identified or any sensitive species that were identified as part of the field survey. As kind of the county's due diligence, we required and put mitigations to do pre-construction surveys, which you actually will see as mitigation measures in the initial study, that required the applicant to verify and do surveys prior to construction. And the intent is to continuously monitor. The biological assessment identified that there was no species on site, but we added the mitigation to our due diligence to ensure that before they begin to implement structures and cultivation and that sort. Another area as well, in terms of precluding the ability of the reviewer from assessing potential impacts. Again, as part of the biological assessment, there were no identified species. We added mitigations to ensure that. And then also staff recently received a follow-up botanical survey, as Commissioner Hess has stated. In that follow-up survey, it yielded the same results, that there was nothing, there was no additional species that were found. So the first biological assessment actually was conducted in, I believe, February 24th of 2020. And then this follow-up in-season survey was actually conducted in June 9th of 2020. So in the follow-up botanical survey, which is included as a green sheet, it states that the follow-up botanical survey was conducted on June 9th, 2020 at 2400 Clover Valley Road, Upper Lake, California, to look for any sensitive status species. As stated in the biological assessment dated March 9th, which is the first attachment that's included as part of the staff report, 2 additional botanical surveys were recommended in late April and June. These surveys are an effort to be certain 11 plants were possible occurrences as predicted by the California Natural Diversity Database, and CNPS database search results would not be negatively impacted by the project should they occur. If you look at the third paragraph of that green sheet, it states, no sensitive species were observed on June 9th, 2020. And no sensitive status species were observed in April. A second survey in early June was aimed to be within the blooming period of the 6 remaining plants. And additionally, no sensitive status flora or fauna were discovered on this parcel. So to kind of summarize, I know I've mentioned it before, there was no identified results that would be evidence that there was species located on the property, but staff did due diligence to include those mitigation measures to continue to ensure that there would be no impacts as well.
Thank you, Victor.
Do we have any questions for Victor from the commission?
Mr. Chair, I have one minor question.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Satur, I think this is the first of many cannabis staff reports we've seen that doesn't make any reference to a number of employees. And it just simply says it is anticipated that employees will be required or something like that, which seems to be stating the obvious. I'm just wondering why the applicant didn't indicate a number of employees that would be associated with the project.
Yeah, definitely. To respond to that, the applicant did indicate that employees would be part of this project. The thing that is, within seasons, the number of employees might change, might fluctuate, might be more than 3, might be 2. So in this case, there wasn't a number that was included, but you are correct. There is employees proposed for this project.
Thank you. It's not a big deal. It just jumped out at me that there were no references to actual employees.
So I have a few questions and comments. So, and you might have covered this in the biological resource part. So I was a little confused reading the in the staff report biological one. Prior to construction, 2 follow-up botany surveys will be done, and then it kind of streamlined into number 2, 3, and 4. Like a number of surveys need to be completed prior to the construction of the project. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And in this case, when I explained in the biological, some of those have already completed with this follow-up botanical survey that they've actually provided, but they will still be required to follow the remaining mitigations.
Okay, and then in the initial study checklist under biological resources, it says that the assessment indicates that 29 special status plants and wildlife species have the potential to occur within the survey areas. And so I guess one of the comments I'm going to make in terms of the sensitive species, without knowing exactly what those species are, I have a concern with the potential, because you did mention these studies are looking at the land use, historical land use, which only begins at a certain time and period. And so there's been a prehistorical land use too that I always feel like doesn't get covered. And so one of the things I think about when I hear the special status plants, so I'm thinking in terms of tribal cultural resources, plant resources. And so one of the things I know in previous years, and I don't know to date if this has been done, that the tribes were developing plant lists, which could be included on the surveys of sensitive plants, which would be considered under tribal cultural resources. And so when I look at that 29, I have a concern, and that's a big number of unidentified plants which may have the ability to be on site. And then I want to go to the cultural resource section 5. So one of the concerns I have when it comes to cultural resource surveys, pedestrian surveys, a part of CEQA is we have to look at the cumulative impact, the impact of the overall project. And so the cultural resource studies are always focused to specifics, to the footprint of the project. And so when that's designed in that fashion, we can't look at the greater impact. And so I don't feel like that's being accomplished when the studies are targeted and focused in just those footprints of the projects. And so this is a large parcel where the actual ground disturbance isn't going to cover the entire parcel. But then again, if that entire parcel is not looked at, how do we include that in our analysis when looking at the project? So that's another concern that I have. And then also the kind of generic language that we reference into cultural resource conditions, cultural 1, cultural 2, cultural 3. And one of the things that I do have concern with is we always say there's going to be cultural sensitive training, and we never identify the person doing the training. So in terms of the applicant, has that person been identified? Who's their cultural advisor, their project advisor, and are they qualified to provide that cultural sensitivity training? So those are questions I have, those are concerns I have, and I wanted to see if you could speak to those.
Yeah, definitely. So to kind of touch on your first point with the 29 sensitive species that were located on there. So the first biological assessment that was submitted in, they identified that those 29 species had the potential to be located within that area. The majority of the times they're using the California Natural Diversity Database, which has, results from over the time that those species have been identified within those areas. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be present. So that's why we require the biologist to do a field survey to go in and inspect the areas that are going to be disturbed, all areas that are going to be disturbed, and identify if there's any evidence within those areas that would, show that there is potential or that there is those species identified within those areas. In this case, we had, the February biological assessment and then the follow-up botanical survey, which both yielded the same results, that there wasn't any evidence or anything identified that would prove that those species would be present on site. Now, in terms of the cultural resources as well, we did send this project out for an AB 52 consultation, but unfortunately we did not receive a response within the 30-day under the Assembly Bill 52. So staff moved forward with the project and included those conditions in there as well to, have the applicant, to culturally train his staff and able to identify any resources that might be on site in terms of, any implementation of the project. But in terms of the tribal cultural advisor and a project manager, that hasn't been identified in this project, as we did not receive with the AB 52A comment requesting consultation and beginning that process.
Okay, so that was not the applicant saying they're going to have a cultural advisor for the project. That was the county CDD saying that's going to be a requirement. Okay.
Correct.
And then can you speak to the cumulative impact?
So as part of the project, and we analyze the environmental impacts within the valley. So it really comes up to the yields and the results of the archaeological resource assessment, which unfortunately, due to confidentiality, you can't really go too much deep into that area. But the projects are very, very specific to the site and to the location. And in this case, for this project as well, due to it being located in that in the Clover Valley, and the archaeological resource report only being assessed for that specific project, this project was analyzed in that sense and to those locations identified in this report.
Okay, and then the language for determining the impact or the footprint of the project, that's standard that the studies are going to only cover that footprint and not the entire parcel.
Yes, that is correct. So all areas to be disturbed are the areas that need to be analyzed for the project.
Okay, so I think the concern is with getting the letter, the e-comment, it kind of, for myself, when I look at cultural resources, I feel like again that the study should have been broader in terms of the scope of that study. I did review the study, and again, it was more leaning towards potential historical resources that were identified. And so my concern is moving forward, if the applicant is going to develop any other type of project, and we do a negative deck, they're going to use this cultural resource study that doesn't identify the entire parcel. So would we require an additional study if that was to come up in the future?
Yeah, so for this proposed project, what they get approved for is that's the area that, they're permitted to disturb. Now in future cases, if they were to come forward and, submit for an expansion, they would have to go through a modification of use permit through the county, which essentially would be the same process. We would have the applicant submit plans. We would send the project out for review. It would be another AB 52 and agency review period where agencies and the tribal agencies as well get an opportunity to review the project and request a consultation. And as part of that as well, we would have to update our environmental analysis as well to reflect the changes, which would include a new cultural and a new biological assessment that would cover the new areas that they would expand to.
Okay, thank you. So I guess that's going to be all the questions I have for you at this time. Do any of the other commissioners have any comments they want to make before I ask the applicant to join us?
I'll go ahead and speak real quick, Mr. Chair. In regards to the size of the project versus the actual size of the amount of parcels that are being considered, where the applicant has their site is really it's very flat. It's a really small portion of the entire size. It's at the very end of Clover Road, Clover Valley Road. I was out there yesterday, and I feel that the way that this project is situated on the piece of land that they have decided to use, that the impact on the valley floor where it's at is I feel like it's a good location for what they're doing. It's very well put together.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Really just a reaction to your comment. I was really interested to hear about the way you described expanding the footprint for analysis and the prehistoric nature involved. That fascinates me, and I think that makes a lot of sense. I'd also never heard about a tribal effort or consolidated effort to create an expanded list of plants to be considered. And I think that's a great idea. And I didn't know that kind of a project or undertaking was underway, but I applaud that.
Any other comments? Thank you.
I went out there on Tuesday. I was invited out there, and they also pointed to the area, and this is to address some of the concerns that were brought up, that they wanted to expand a little bit. And I actually said the same thing that Victor has said, that they will have to do that area as well with a biologist and with an archaeologist study. So that would help hopefully alleviate some of those concerns. Also, while being out there, I noticed that, again, it really is at the end of the road, and then it's backed up against the Mendocino National Forest. When I saw some of the green sheets, I went through them, and I think that Victor has done a very good job of addressing the water usage that is out there, the fact that a second visit by a biologist was done as well. And I feel very good about this project, and I can be very picky about projects. So I just wanted to put that out there, that again, I think those concerns can be dealt with. And I think that making sure that there is someone qualified out there to choose for any cultural assessments, I think that's a very good valid point that should be dealt with as well. But again, it is APZ in that area. So it's been farmed before. So in that flat land, it really, you know, I think any cultural activity might be hard to find there. And I think it's very interesting to think about other areas of the property. I have seen some assessments where they have done much larger areas of properties, so they stay out. I saw one that John Parker had done, and he covered quite a bit of space, and he said which areas to stay out of. But again, I really do like this project. It was very clean, well kept, and it seemed to be very well put together.
Thank you, Lance. Any other comments? If not, I want to ask the applicant if they have any information or anything they want to say. If we have no comments from the applicant, I would like to go ahead and move forward and open up this time for public comment.
I'm sorry there, Mr. Chair. I thought that was, you were still looking for comments from the Planning Commission. I had just sent, I believe the applicant was Shauna Chouet. I just sent her a mute request, and I'm not getting a response, so maybe she doesn't want to comment.
There's also no outside public for comment on this item either.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll go ahead.
Oh, she's trying to talk.
Okay. Yes, we do.
Hi.
Just barely, Shauna, if that's you speaking right now.
Yes, I have a weak connection. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just very lightly, but we can hear you.
Okay, her mic is off again. Do we want to give her another minute or so, or do we want to open this to the public? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment in the Zoom room.
Mr. Chair, there is one e-comment If it is your pleasure, I'll read it into the record.
Yes, please.
So this is the e-comment for item number 2, and it was submitted by Mr. Bobby Dutcher, February 23rd, 2021 at 10:30 a.m. This public comment is in support of the project, and I will read it in full. This project was early activated last year, and the applicant's operation was a model for other cultivators to follow. The site is very clean and attractive as you drive by it. Since it is situated at the very end of a dead county road on an abandoned walnut orchard, it seems like the ideal location for a cannabis farm. I encourage the Planning Commission to approve this use permit. Again, this was an e-comment submitted for item number 2 by Mr. Bobby Dutcher in support of the project.
Okay, thank you. And we do have a hand raised, so if you would please state your first and last name for the record.
It's me, Robert Gary, Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Abemital Pomo of Upper Lake. I did submit an e-comment also that wasn't read, so not sure, why it's not being brought up. I do have a couple questions, I think, about the actual study. First of all, I'd like to, thank the commission, for giving me the opportunity to comment on this. I'd like to first, I guess, respond to what is it, the initial part of the cultural resource portion, I guess, of the study. And it was talking about that there was an investigation, and then there was also an evaluation and an archaeological evaluation done by an archaeologist. One of the concerns I think that I have is that usually if there's no test pits, and I don't see any, if there was any test pits or auger pits that were done to test the area, it normally just kind of goes back to what's registered in the actual register for archaeological sites. And so a lot of the prehistoric information or data, not only it comes from, I think, the things that were found, but also from the native communities, that things that haven't been found yet. I know within a mile of the area, we've actually been donated some things from one of the landowners, like 131 pieces. So there is something within the area. I also went by and took a look at some of the cultural resources as far as what I'm looking at, vegetation. There's medicinal plants that are actually within the footprint of the area. Not sure if those species are included, but they are there. The concern that I also have is under the first portion of the cultural resources, it refers back to Culture 1, and it says, should any archaeological or cultural materials be discovered during the site development, all activity should be halted. And it doesn't give an actual buffer zone of an area that's going to be halted. Is it going to be 10 feet away? Is it going to be 50 feet away, 100 feet away? Those are something that I think needs to be established to make sure that if something is found, we have the ability to really find out what it is. And it says the overseeing tribe shall be notified, the qualified archaeologist retained to evaluate the finds and recommend mitigation measures. I would like to request that the tribe actually is a part of that process. I know that the Abemital Pomo has its own tribal treatment protocol mitigation measures established, and we would like to make sure that those are incorporated, I think, into this project. Certain things that need to be addressed. I think one of the questions that I do have too is that in the cultural resource portion on number 5, it says, prior to initial ground disturbance, the applicant and the overseeing tribe shall coordinate and jointly select a cultural advisor designated by the tribe to facilitate mitigation measures. And so is that still going to happen for us, because the tribe does have mitigation measures? Are we going to be able to incorporate those into this project? Another question I have also is, as far as for the construction of some of the structures that we're talking about, they were talking about a facility that they were going to, I guess, house or do whatever they're going to do with the plant. what are the project details for that? Is there going to be any grading? Is there going to be a cement slab that's going to entail footings that's going to take ground disturbance? Those kind of things. I didn't see anything as far as those kind of things. They talked about distribution. Is there going to be a grading of a road? Is there going to be a buildup? Are those kind of things going to happen? So, I mean, there's a few things I think that need to be added, or we would like to add to the cultural portion of the study. We'd like to be the people to do the cultural sensitivity training. I'm new to the Habema del Pomo. They didn't have a cultural resource department prior to this. And so this came on towards the end of last year, kind of getting things established now. And, you know, we like to be, you know, definitely a big part of this. We do have most likely descendants that are designated by the tribe, that are registered with the Heritage Commission, and we'd like to make sure that they're contacted if any human remains are found, and to make sure that the Heritage Commission is also contacted when those things happen. So these are some of the things that the tribe's concerns about, that are concerned about, and we'd like to, you know, try to get those things incorporated for this to happen for this project if you know, if this project is awarded.
This is Victor Fernandez. Can I respond to that comment?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Yeah, so definitely, you know, to kind of just clarify, you know, the structures that will be built on the property, you know, the site is relatively flat, so all of the structures there's only, I think, a couple structures that will be going in. They'll be constructed on the natural grade, so no grading is anticipated in, you know, with the installation of those new structures. But I kind of wanted to jump back to, you know, condition 1, in which you mentioned that, you know, if anything is found, the local overseeing tribe. We have done it in the past where, you know, we could amend that mitigation or condition to, you know, state that it's, you know, we can replace the local overseeing tribe to Hapamoto to be included in there as well, you know, so you can be included in the process. Additionally, we can do the same for condition 5. We can replace the overseeing tribe and include the tribe in there as well. And then for condition 4, I know you mentioned that, you know, what if anything is found, you know, how and work's going to halt, what is, you know, the area before. We do have a condition number 4 in that section that says boundaries of archaeological sites shall be identified and fenced off to ensure the site will not be impacted during ground disturbance. I know it's not included in this one, but in the past we have added a 100-foot buffer. So what we can do is amend that condition as well to include that 100-foot buffer boundary shall be implemented in case any sites are found or identified.
Okay, I think that's important to consider, and just to, you know, I've worked in this field for over, you know, 2 decades, and I've been in the position of reviewing projects, and one of the things that I always came across, again, and I'm going to bring it up, is the way the cultural resource surveys, archaeological studies are done, and pretty much what was done per the report from the archaeologist is transects are created, and you walk those transects, and every so often you get a trowel and you just scrape the top of the land. You just move, so if there's any vegetation obstruction, you just move it out of the way, so it doesn't give you a picture of what's underneath. And so that's critical in terms of assessing and identifying if there is going to be an impact. And so I think one of the things that the county has to look at when we look at the projects is we have to, to the best of our ability, say there's nothing going to be there. There's not going to be an impact. And the way that that's done is there has to be more intensive studies, or there has to be a more specific focus on the land. And so one of the things I just want to remind everybody again is once a site is destroyed, you can't recover that information. And so that information is critical to the tribal community. It's critical to our community of Lake County because it paints a historical picture of the area, of the land use. And so one of the things that doesn't happen, and this was always been my frustration in this process, is if you're not familiar with how these surveys are done, you're not going to really see where some of the things can be improved or where things are falling through potentially the cracks. And one of the things I noticed early on is when some of the contracts are developed, so there's a 1/4 inch mesh screen and an 1/8 inch mesh screen. And usually projects I've seen and been on are designed at a 1/4 inch where bits of soil, cultural resources, any type of thing connected to cultural resources can slip through that mesh. And if it falls on the ground and a tribal monitor sees it, they can't review it because it didn't get caught in their mesh screen. And so when you go through the soil with the 1/8 inch screen, it's more time. It's a little more cost to do that because you're looking for that information that may potentially fall through those screens. And so this is an area, again, I think that we have to take a look at when we're talking about the county's part. I feel like the applicant has done everything we've asked. But then in terms of our conditions and focus of the studies, are we doing everything we can within our ability to make sure that we're getting the information that can point to a negative declaration? And so my concern at this point is without knowing that, another resource to look at is a book by Kat Anderson called Tending the Wild. And this book is about California land use by indigenous communities and tribes. And there's all of this information in terms of biological resources that can be looked at. And so that's another, again, thing to think about. What are our sources of information? And if we only go back to the selling of the land of Lake County, we're gonna miss the 15 to 20,000 years of occupation by the tribal community. And so that's always been a concern I've advocated for. I've come before the commission and the board in professional capacity representing the tribal community, the tribe I work for. And usually at that point, it was to the judgment of the commissioners. And so I think there's definitely even training that needs to be done so we better understand this process and how we can look at the archaeological reports and do they meet our standards. And so those are the concerns and comments I'm going to make, in terms of this project. And so I would agree that we do need to incorporate additional language into the mitigation measures.
Victor, I don't know if you're muted.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Price, you cut out. What was that?
Oh, I was just letting you know you were muted. I didn't know if you were trying to talk.
Oh, yeah. So I made a note. I think, I agree. We can make those, if your commission agrees, I can make those changes I brought up, where we can, include the Hapamoto tribe in the process. And I know as Mr. Geary mentioned, he is new. So unfortunately, there was no communication, but, county is willing to make those changes to make sure they're included as part of the conditions of approval and be part of the process.
I agree, and to that point too, there's the formal consultation process and there's also informal consultation. And I think it's important when we're talking about our resources, the Heritage Commission, the CRIS system, there's the tribes actually maintain their own database systems. And so that's another step that we can take to gather additional information. And so that's something to remind ourselves as we go through this process as well, that there is information available that in previous to these programs being developed that wasn't available maybe 10 years ago. And so just again, as we move forward and we look at projects that are going to have these types of studies, which they're required in most projects, that we again set it up so we can gather as much information to make the best decision we can with the information we're provided. So is there any other comment from the public before we close the public? We do have a raised hand from Mr. Gary again.
So we also never sent an unmute request out to the Zoom room floor. So I don't know if you want to take a second comment first, or if you want to unmute the floor.
We can take the comment first, and then we'll unmute the floor. Okay.
All right. So I sent the unmute request to Robert Geary here.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, thank you for, just giving me the opportunity to comment. But I think it's really important to know that, there's cultural resources. I'm not new to this position. I've worked in 5 different counties with cultural resources, and, just getting the counties to understand and to know that, tribal communities are starting to be able to do their own site visits and surveys and add an aspect, I think, to that knowledge that comes out of each project, that comes from both, everything that's recorded and then everything that also comes from data from Native communities. And I think those are the things that, we're able to do now. We're established here at Habemetal. And, I don't want it to be confused to think that, okay, well, I'm the person that's going to answer for everybody. I work for Habemetal. Everything that's in Habemetal's area that's up here in Lakeport, I definitely will respond to. But, we do have our own, treatment protocols. And, if there's any way that, any projects that happen up in Upper Lake, that we would definitely want to try to make sure that those are incorporated. And it's, the language is a little bit different from what's in the actual study, the cultural section. But I think it's more in depth with who needs to be contacted and how the process needs to happen. And so, like I said, I'd like to make sure, and I think it's Victor. Yeah, so it's just to make sure that we have a number on that, and we're fine with the 100-foot buffer. And then even, like I said, even as far as when, the mitigation recommendation is going to happen, that, the tribe's a part of that. It isn't something that falls upon the archaeologist itself. And I think, we want to definitely be a part of it. If anything is found, how is it going to be mitigated? To make sure that, the tribal, and I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, more than likely it'll be me to go out there and do the cultural sensitivity training, and making sure that the MLDs, the designated MLDs, and the Heritage Commission is also a part of that chain, that people that need to be contacted if there are remains that are found.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think the entire commission is very sympathetic to what you are saying and wants to embrace the largest possible complete comprehensive approach that we can. Sally Peterson, whom I'm sure you know from Middletown Rancheria, is a frequently testifies before the commission, and she's raised this point many times. And in the past, we've been inclined to agree, but then we've been advised by counsel that the commission doesn't have the authority to compel an applicant to hire a tribe or just to make a contract with a tribe. That is something we can encourage the applicant to do, but we've been told in the past that we cannot compel that. And I personally, I'm not a lawyer, but that doesn't trouble me. I'd be happy to compel that, but we've been told in the past we can't do that.
Mr. Chair, may I respond as well? Yes, I would like to echo Commissioner Hess's comments. Staff has been very sympathetic with AB 52 consultation process. And, Victor did the RFR process. We sent it out to the tribes to request the consultation. And, CDD has to be kind of careful about how far we go with extending past our authority and our boundaries, right? I believe staff has made every opportunity possible to try to reach out to the tribal contacts on file. If there are new, please, I ask that you help us, help you by updating it and make sure that we're capturing everybody possible. But we just have to kind of be careful about how far we go. I think some of the mitigations that we talked through today are appropriate and fine. I hope I'm not misspeaking, but I just really wanted us to kind of be a little careful about those definitions for the tribal cultural resources and with blending the state and the local law and CEQA. We can't go too far with the third-party contract requirements with the conditions and mitigations. And I see that the applicant is on the line. I hope they will be able to get their AV working to speak up throughout this process. But I would encourage us to look at those mitigations that we talked through today and just kind of keep that in mind. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I also believe that, I don't know what we can do here. If it was maybe part of the ordinance and there was a certain way that it was in the ordinance, maybe we could, go along with that. But I think doing each project individually would be starting to be questionable. So I think that if it was put into the ordinance, that there was certain cultural sensitivity training that needed to be done, that you could work into the ordinance and this could be agreed upon, I think that would give everyone that bit of security so we don't overstep our bounds.
If I may, Mr. Chair, this is Nicole.
Yes, please.
County Council. Just to clarify, there's been a few statements about the AB 52 process and CEQA and how it applies in the application procedure. And I just wanted to clarify a little bit. AB 52 is a state rule. It's a state law. I'm not entirely certain I know for a fact we can't change that with the county ordinance. So I'm not entirely certain it would be helpful to amend the county ordinance in this instance. AB 52 is designed specifically to bring culturally affiliated tribes into a planning process at the earliest possible stage. Notice is supposed to be given at the beginning as soon as a project is identified and decided on by the lead agency. From that moment going forward to the very last moment potentially before it comes before your commission, the lead agency is obligated to work with the culturally affiliated tribes to help and meet their needs. To do that, there needs to be a communication between the tribes and the agency, and that's what the AB 52 process is designed to facilitate. It is not a simple one-time meeting. It is a broad term to define all communications and all interactions between the agency and any affiliated tribe. That is the process by which the tribe's concerns would be addressed by the lead agency. As far as it comes from mitigations and conditions, there are things that agencies are permitted to incorporate into mitigations and conditions. They do include, if supported by the application and all of the evidence within the application, they do include the potential to include criteria of hiring specific kinds of experts at specific points, certain kinds of monitors at certain points, requiring that they meet certain professional standards based on the profession that they're in. However, what the county cannot do is mandate a third-party contract. We cannot, it may be that ultimately after analysis that at some point, if a particular expert is required by the conditions or mitigations, that there is only one or two or three experts that meet that criteria. And therefore, by default, they would be the ones that are hired, but we cannot mandate in the condition or mitigation that that individual group, that individual person, that individual professional be hired. That is between the applicant and that particular individual and that professional, that contract would be. So while the kind of expert may be required if supported by the application, the contract itself cannot be. Likewise, if a tribe is required to be included, they are included as, so for example, if you adopt Victor's adjustments in language where a particular tribe is mentioned in the conditions to be notified. That is not a matter of the county giving that particular tribe authority to amend or change the permit or to add their own criteria to the permit. That is a requirement that the applicant include the tribe in the applicant's actions that particular condition or mitigation pertain to. So the point being that if there is anything that a tribe wishes to have considered as part of an application process, and I cannot stress enough that the county really wishes to do so, to consider all of the tribe's needs and address all of the culturally affiliated concerns, that is done in the AB 52 process. And it is, and it's purposely designed so that we have the time, the county has the time to consider all applicable state laws and requirements that the county needs to meet, the obligations and requirements of the county, and how to work those into the needs of the tribe. And that's not something that can be done in a couple of minutes during a planning commission meeting. So if you feel at this point that any application in front of you has not addressed those concerns appropriately, you have the option of either saying that you do not think that the conditions, that the elements presented by staff in the report are met, and therefore you can't vote for this particular permit, or you can ask for a continuance as a commission to ask that those be addressed. But they are complex enough that it's not something that we can necessarily hash out here if there are a series of concerns from a particular tribe, if that helps clear things up.
Yes, it does. And so I would speak for myself reviewing the documents. If I feel like that's a concern, the only place I have to express that is in this hearing and with my vote.
That is correct.
So I think that's, yes, that's what I wanted to clarify as well. Okay, do we have any other public comment in the Zoom room?
Yes, it looks like we do have one more raised hand from Bobby. Bobby, I've sent you a unmute request. If you received that, looks like you did. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Bobby Dutcher, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're kind of quiet, so just speak clearly and loudly. Thank you.
Yeah, well, when I was writing CEQA reports, I did take archaeological training, and I was a licensed archaeological technician for about 4 years. So I certainly understand, concerns on, archaeological reports and in the way that these surveys are done. This particular project was an old walnut orchard. It's been ripped a number of times, deep ripped before. So any archaeological significance out there has probably been destroyed by previous owners. So of all the projects that trigger this discussion, this just doesn't seem like the proper one. This has been heavily impacted by former farming practices. They've done everything by the protocols that are in place right now. So if we do wish to change the rules, that's fine, but I don't think you should be holding these particular applicants to a higher standard than they expected to be when they started the process. But I do agree with Commissioner Brown. The way they do it, you walk them in transects, like he said, they don't really do a lot of, real excavating or digging. I think that would be probably a good idea if that's the protocol someone wants to adopt, but that's not the standards that we have in place right now. So I think, we're kind of getting off track here. We need to, this applicant did everything they're supposed to do. It seems like a model project. So we just need to approve this today. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other comments, Jake?
Yes, there are a couple more here. Looks like the next one, I'm not sure which one popped up first, so I'm going to go with Dino Beltran, maybe? I've sent a mute request to you, Dino. It looks like you received it. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Dino Beltran.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry I couldn't get on earlier. I was stuck in a meeting. I couldn't get out. My comments are not totally specific to this particular project, but they are a blanket statement for most projects throughout. Now, I'm the vice chairman for the Koi Nation of Northern California. We have agreements, memorandums of agreements with the city of Clear Lake, the county of Lake, and the California State Parks. We believe we're the only tribe in the state that has agreements with each municipality and the state to protect sacred sites through the development process and also from a law enforcement standpoint. There's several issues that I want to bring up. First of all, let's talk about already disturbed lands, already disturbed projects. There are 2,600 known sites here in the county. 800 of those sites are down in the quadrant where my tribe is from, down in the southeastern portion of the lake. There are 2 projects that are going on. This is just an example. I know it's not in your jurisdiction. In the city of Clear Lake, over the weekend, on Friday and Saturday, there's 2 projects going on, and one of the projects is a replacement of a pipeline in the already existing trench. The city asked the developer to do their due diligence was to include an archaeologist to do a study, see what was going on. The premise of the developer was that, well, this is already disturbed lands, already disturbed project area. We're replacing a pipeline already in the existing trench. Well, the archaeologist found a brand new site, a brand new untouched site right there. The next day, the other archaeologists on another project nearby found 2 new sites in a similar situation. Our memorandum of agreement with the city of Clear Lake was established in 2015, in August of that year. The public works person at that time invited us to go ahead and be a part of their replacement of a water line and an electric line to their new Chamber of Commerce building. He goes, I don't think you're going to find anything. It's backfill from 40 or 50 years ago. Well, we found 18 artifacts in a 50-foot trench that was already disturbed several times over in many years. So just because it's been disturbed doesn't mean these artifacts get up and walk away. So that is something that needs to be considered. Some of these are also, the other thing that's problematic are the archaeologists that are being hired. They're not doing their procedural aspects at all in some cases. They need to go to the Southwest Information Center. They need to go ahead and record any new sites. They need to do surveys, which include study of the dirt analysis to determine if there was actually human habitation in the area. And these guys who do this work are pretty accurate. They're pretty accurate. We've only stopped 1 project in 7 years that we've been active, even knowing that because the archaeologist is telling us what's going on, we're taking the word of the professional. So we're not going to interfere with any of these things. The project we stopped was stopped because the archaeologist didn't do any of the work. The project was stopped for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and the project moved forward because the archaeologists and other archaeologists came and did the work real quick. So that is a very key thing. Just because it's already disturbed dirt doesn't mean anything, and I'm not picking on this project individually. It just, that's the case over and over again. I have many other things I'd like to bring forward, and it also comes to the aspect of cultural resource monitoring. I'll just leave it at this. So the cultural resource monitoring by the Koi Nation is not done for any other purpose than to be there because we're trained to look for human remains, other types of artifacts, even botanical situations like soap root and other types of medicinals that Native Americans used in the area that could all have a telltale sign that there could have been human habitation in the job site area. That way we can go ahead and locate those things without having to stop a project or even having cultural resource monitors on the project. Nobody wants to pay extra than they want to, and we understand that. That's why we've only done 2 projects last year. There are other tribes in the area that make cultural resource monitoring a means of economic development. There's one tribe in the state of California that claims the whole state of California so they can go everywhere to do cell phone tower projects as a means of economic development, on the back of saying we're there to protect the sacred sites. That is ludicrous. That is ridiculous. And to claim a whole entire area for the means of money when you're, and then under the guise of protecting the sacred sites, makes tribes like mine who are there just for the purpose of doing, as we're doing the due diligence, working with the developer, so we don't have to be there because we don't want to find anything. Makes it tough for tribes like mine when there's tribes out there claiming whole swaths, counties, 4 counties, whole state in one case. Tribes like us have a hard time trying to get paid for 1 or 2 days worth of work that is really deserved and warranted to be there for that project. So, you know, shame on those tribes that are economically developing, using it as a means of economic development when they don't have to be in all these projects, because it makes it tough for the tribes that are taking it very seriously. So I'll leave my comments to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to again remind everybody you have a 3-minute comment period. I was just reminded of that. So if there's any additional comments from the public, please raise your hand.
Okay, we do have another hand raised here from, looks like Lathan. Oh. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing here. Lathan, I sent you an unmute request. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yeah, Lathan Martinez, and I'm an environmental engineer. I also have a property that's really activated right outside of Clear Lake. So I would just say, I mean, kind of in general terms, everything that everyone's talking about is really important. I think what the applicant's trying to do is important. I think, you know, being mindful of anything cultural, biological, all that. So there's a lot of important, I guess, you know, things in Lake County that should be protected. And I'm not speaking for the applicant because I don't even know the applicant. I guess I would say in general terms from the cannabis industry, I think that we are totally open to having things in place that help, you know, keep the cultural stuff there. So essentially what I'm saying is if someone needed to be on site during the project, I'm sure the applicant would mind that. Again, I'm not speaking directly for them, and I know that they had a problem kind of talking. I know for our project, that's something that we are going to do. We're going to, you know, have sensitivity training. We are going to have someone on site when we are disturbing any areas, or if we are disturbing any areas. So I think if that's a concern, I understand there's some things that the commission can't necessarily direct the applicant to do. But again, I think that the applicant would probably be okay with, you know, having someone on site when they are ripping and disking, or when they are disturbing the area, or if there's an expansion, you know, having that kind of stuff protected. Anyway, again, that's just in general. And the other comment I guess I would say is, you know, to go along with what Bobby was saying, these projects, there's a lot of projects out there in the cannabis industry and in other industries that aren't following rules. I think the ones that are following the rules, wanting to, you know, pay their taxes, pay their property taxes, do the right thing. I think that's something that's important to kind of keep I guess a 360 view on that. You know, there's certain people who are trying to do it right, and it sounds like this applicant is trying to do it right. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Any other hands, Jake?
Yes, another hand here from, I'm probably going to, Quirina Giri. I've sent you an unmute request. It looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Sure. Hi, my name is Kirina Lunagiri.
Great, thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm a resident of Lake County. My children are Southeastern Pomo, but I'm also Tamiana Loney from the San Jose area in Santa Clara County. I've been a resident here for 13 years. And for my tribe, I've worked in cultural resource site protection for almost 30 years. As you know, San Jose is highly developed, and we're constantly still finding human remains and other cultural sensitive resources, you know, every time, you know, we go out and we're on the site. So the notion that a project, you know, is at the end of a road or has, you know, been previously farmed does not mean there are no cultural resources present. There will always be grading, scraping, and other things that can destroy these. They're non-renewable resources, and once they're destroyed, they're gone forever. From what I understand, the Habemiddle tribe, from just, hearing what's going on, is that it doesn't sound like they're requesting to stop the project, but rather to be present during any ground disturbance, which would include scraping and grading and any digging. I mean, that there is planting involved. There is ground disturbance with every plant that is planted. And then the idea of the issue with the AB 52, response. Tribes don't always have the capacity to respond to the AB 52 letters, but that does not mean that that there's not any interest or that there's no cultural resources, present. What it really means is that the tribes around the lake, they really need help building capacity in order to be able to respond properly to these letters. So, as a resident, as somebody who's been involved in cultural resources for a very long time, I've worked with anthropologists, archaeologists, and so on, and being that this area, anywhere you go around the lake, is culturally sensitive. In Santa Clara County, when we work on a site, anything within 1 mile of a documented site, we're there. Our tribe is present, during any type of construction, anything that's going to do any ground disturbance. And so 100 feet is really not enough. But I don't know, as far as what the county has in place. I'm not really too familiar with the process here in Lake County, but it might be something where I think that the planning commissions should be working with with the local tribes to talk to them about what issues are they having, what is it can people do to work together to make sure, because Lake County is a very special place, especially when you're talking about the history, right? The history for 15,000 years. You're talking about the oldest lake in the United States. All these things are very, very important, and they're not important just for the Native community here, but for all people. And so I think that's to continue to allow projects to not have Native input, regardless if they met the 30 days of the AB 250 letter or not, would be really disservice to the history of Lake County in general. So that's my comment. It doesn't sound like I've been told. They're asking just to be part of the process. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other anybody in the Zoom room that wishes to make a comment?
So it looks like that.
I'm sorry, Jake. Mr. Chair, may I real quick? I would just like to remind us that we have to keep our comments to the topic at hand. I am appreciative of the very rich dialogue that we've had about cultural resources, but as this is a Planning Commission hearing, we kind of got to be careful about going outside the boundaries of the topic and items that are being considered for hearing today. I'd just like to remind that for those of us who are on the Zoom call today.
All right, thank you.
Thankfully.
All right, so to wrap up public comment here, I have sent a unmute request out to the Zoom room floor to give everyone a final opportunity. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, if there's no further comment, I'm going to close the public hearing portion and bring it back to the commission. For any thoughts, questions, anything?
I don't have any questions in particular to this project necessarily. I do feel like we could touch on the cultural resources and how to identify and figure out a solution for that on the next couple items.
Okay. And so if there's no further discussion from the board, we're looking for a motion.
If anyone else on the commission doesn't have anything to say, I'm prepared to make a motion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Nicole. Was the public comment period closed?
Yes, we did close public comment.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear it.
Hi. One second.
Okay.
One moment, you guys, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So are we prepared to make a motion? I'm sorry, Nicole, I didn't hear you.
No, I hadn't heard whether public comment had closed, and it had been.
So we're good? I can make a motion? I'm sorry. I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-27 applied for by LC 2400 on the property located at 2400, 2405, and 2215 Clover Valley Road, Upper Lake, further described as APNs 004-007-12, 007-004-13, and 004-007-23 will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated January 14th, 2021.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second. Can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
No.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
In regards to major use permit 20-27, I move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-27 applied for by LC 2400 on property located at 2400, 2405, and 2215 Clover Valley Road, Upper Lake, further described as APNs 004-007-12, 007-004-13, and 004-007-23 does meet the requirements of section 51.4 and article 27, section 1 of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated January 14th, 2021.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
No.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Okay, well, on a note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay, we're gonna take up our 9:15 item. Planning hearing to consider major use permit UP 20-09 and a mitigated negative declaration based on initial study IS 20-08. The project applicant owner is Kimberly Kent and Robert Nothgale, proposing 1 acre outdoor cannabis cultivation to allow 4,960 square feet area. Auxiliary structures included storage sheds, water tanks, and processing facility. Location 23095, Jerusalem Grade, Middletown, and further described as APN 013-015-44, 013-015-46, 013-015-47, and 013-015-48. Staff.
Satira, it looks like you're muted.
Okay, now it looks like you have a microphone issue. Sorry, you're unmuted, but we still can't hear you. And still no.
Hello?
There we go.
There you go.
And then I will share a screen. Okay. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am trying to navigate right now. Okay. Okay. I'm hoping that screen came up. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. So today's agenda, we're going down a list of topics and findings for Agent Lake Farms cannabis cultivation project. So the project description, the applicant is requesting a use permit approval for commercial cannabis to cultivate 1 acre of canopy, 3 200 square feet storage shed, 4 2,500 gallons of water, storage tank, and to construct a 5,000 square feet structure for harvesting and processing within a 6-foot tall fence enclosure, which will total up to 49,160 square feet of cultivation area. The applicant plans to use a permitted private well for irrigation that produces 100 gallons per minute and will be stored in the proposed water tanks during the dry season. The total water usage is approximately 746,740 gallons per year. The applicant plans to use to be fully organic and will utilize planting bed irrigated by a drip line irrigation set by the storage tank. Project setting. The project setting is within the zoning designation rural lands and waterway combining district. The surrounding areas of the project boundary consist of agriculture, preserve, and rural lands. The nearest water course is Gunther Creek, which is located approximately 1,000 feet south of the cultivation site. There are several active cannabis cultivation sites along this area. So a site visit was conducted on March 13, 2020, and it was accompanied by code enforcement for 4290 compliance and Middletown tribe representative to go over project proposal in depth. So this is one of the access toward on Jerusalem grade. The bridge located on will need to be in compliance with 4290 road standards in order to construct any buildings or structure using this access. This will be made as a condition of approval for future structures and building. The applicant will have to schedule another 4290 inspection when this happens. This is a photo of the existing condition, existing structures, and water tanks located on the property. This is there's some remnants of grow bags located on the proposed cultivation area. So this is the cultivation area. So staff reviewed the project for concurrence with the following listed and determined that it is consistent with the Lake County General Plan, Middletown Area Plan, and zoning ordinance. How it conforms is the applicant is proposing a commercial cannabis cultivation, which applies to agriculture crop production with the Lake County General Plan for rural lands. The applicant's 1 acre outdoor cannabis cultivation would not adversely affect the groundwater recharge from precipitation due to the ability to continue to infiltrate water into the basin and eliminate the need for additional impervious surface within the project area. In addition, the area designated as resource conservation is located approximately 1,000 feet away from the site and is not anticipated to cause additional adverse effect to natural resource. Middletown Area Plan conformance. The project conforms with the Middletown Area Plan when it comes to protecting natural resource and meeting the general plan. The operation will not only encourage economic growth for the county, but will also comply with initiatives in the area plan, such as requiring to install a water meter to monitor water usage and provide an estimate water calculation annually. And is located in an area that would protect sensitive riparian or water resource that is known to be a sensitive habitat with a 100-feet buffer. and that is part of our zoning ordinance in our requirement. I also encourage all applicants to conduct a biological resource, which was completed in January 2020. The biological resources found no evidence within the project site. The tribes were contacted during the initial review period of the proposed project on February 5th, 2020, and a site visit was requested and conducted on March 13th, 2020. For zoning ordinance conformance, the cultivation of commercial cannabis is permitted within the rural land zoning district upon issuance of a use permit according to section 27.11, table B of the Lake County zoning ordinance. A type 3 license allow up to 43,560 square feet of canopy per license and require a minimum of 20 acres. The applicant meets this requirement. In addition to Section 27 of Lake County zoning ordinance and Article 37 waterway combining district, the applicant project site is located over 1,000 feet from the nearest waterway. The applicant will also incorporate best management practices in protecting natural resource within the waterway combining district, as well as compliance with the Lake County zoning ordinance for this project. The applicant also meets all of the development standards, general requirement and restriction for Article 27, which is listed in the staff report. The initial study found that the project could cause potentially significant impact that can be found in attachment 6 and will include aesthetics such as additional light source for structures and security, air quality from farming practices and traffic, biological resource such as waterway, cultural resource through inadvertent discoveries, geology through erosion, hydrology through water uses, transportation of the bridge, and noise. However, with mitigation implemented, it will reduce to less than significant. The project meets all of the major use permit findings. The area is located in a discrete location with known active cannabis operations. Through the zoning ordinance requirements for all setbacks requirements and exclusionary areas, the project parcel adequately accommodate to the project site. The circulation system will not cause additional impact, however, will be improved in accordance to the condition of approval. Additional findings listed can be found in the staff report. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following action to adopt the mitigated negative declaration IS 20-08 for major use permit UP 20-09 with the following findings found in attachment 6. Staff also recommends the approval of major use permit UP 20-09 with the following findings on the previous slide. Okay, and that is all. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
No, Mr. Chair.
No questions.
I was asked if this one was early activated. Did I miss that?
It has, and they also had the provisional license during the time they had early activation.
Great, thank you. Looks like that's
Okay, I have no questions. Is the applicant available, or do you have anything they want to provide, any information?
And who, do we have the name of the applicant? I'm sorry? I haven't been alerted of their Zoom presence. Maybe.
Kimberly Kent is one, and Robert.
Robert Nothnagel.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. It does look like we have a hand raised from Kimberly Kent. I sent them an unmute request.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you. Just please confirm your first and last name for the record.
Kimberly Kent.
Robert Knopfnagel.
Awesome. Thank you.
We just want to say, thank you to everybody that worked on our project. And, just to bring up with the last permit you guys just did, we are definitely open to, whatever needs to get done in order to make sure that the cultural resources and sensitivity, is kept up. So, I mean, we're totally okay with, if someone needs to come out and be there if we're doing any type of grading or anything like that. We just want to help out in that scenario.
Go back to
Thank you. Is there any other comments you guys would like to make at this time? If not, we're going to bring it back to the commission. Did we have did we have a green sheet for this one as well?
Yes, Chair. We have several comments that were submitted via the e-comment portal. I also like to remind everybody that e-comment portal is live and they're real time. And that is the county's preferred method for receiving written comments for Planning Commission agenda items. So with that, for item number 4, we have a comment from Sean Connell, received February 25th, 2021 at 6:59 a.m. This comment is in opposition, and I'll go ahead and read the comment in full. I support, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. My apologies. I got a little ahead of myself. I'm so sorry. Still trying to get used to this e-comment portal. For item number 3, which is what we're on for Kimberly Kent and Robert Knopfnagel, 23095 Jerusalem Grade, we do not have any e-comments. Again, I will go ahead and share with you for item number 3, there are no e-comments that have been submitted to the e-comment portal as of 11:22 a.m.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and open this up to the public. Anybody in the public wishing to make a comment, please raise your hand.
So it does not look like we have any hands raising for this. I will offer a mute request to the Zoom room floor. That request is out. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, if there's no public comments, I want to go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to the board for any comments or actions. Okay, no comment. Okay, anybody want to take action on this item?
I'm prepared to make a motion, I think.
I was gonna ask Everardo if he wanted to make the motion, since I thought I was doing Eagle a favor earlier when I was talking over an item in Everardo's district.
Yeah.
So I got the ball rolling in the wrong way. I apologize.
It's okay. I'm ready to make the motion. I move that the Planning Commission, that the major use permit UP 20-09 applied for by Robert Knopfnagel and Kimberly Kent on property located on 23095 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, California, further described as APN 013-015-44, 013-015-46, 013-015-47, and 013-015-48, also known as Lot K, will not have a significant effect on the environment, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration shall be approved with the findings listed in the staff report dated January 14th, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
I further move that the Planning Commission find that the major use permit UP 20-09 applied for by Robert Northnangle and Kimberly Kent on property located on 23095 Jerusalem Grade Road, Middletown, California, further described as APN number 013-015-44, 013-015-46, and 013-015-47, and 013-015-48, also known as Lot K, does meet the requirements of Section 51.4 of Article 27, Section 1 at I, comma, double IG, comma, capital I, double I of the Lake County zoning ordinance, and the major use permit be granted subject to the conditions and with the findings listed in the staff report dated January 14th, 2021.
Second?
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
Okay, I'd like to note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. The appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Before we get started on the last two agenda items, can we possibly take like a quick 5?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Christina, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't mean to interrupt you on that motion, but I felt bad about preempting Everardo earlier.
I think it's a good way to get him, let him do it. And I know when I first started, I was like, please don't call on me.
I still don't know how to read those big I, little I things. Gee.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, we are still live, guys.
Yeah.
We're not saying anything, but I just wanted to send a little bit of a reminder.
No, we were talking shop.
Yeah, I was like, I'm just gonna try my best and just read it as it goes.
You did a great job. You did a great job.
Takara, I bet you know. How do you break down those things when it's capital I and then in parentheses II? How do you say those out loud?
You have to read it all. So you have to, it's like Article 27, Section 1, subsection B, subsection I, and you just keep going in pain. But also, I use the, because I have an academic background, that's the MLA format. It might be different for business, and the Chicago format is the preferred business format. So let me check and see what they say.
Ah.
Now I'm curious.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, PEG, and Granicus.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna take up our 9:20 a.m. public hearing to discuss and consider zoning text amendment AM 21-01 to the Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance pertaining to the cultivation of commercial cannabis. The applicant is the County of Lake.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Takara Nicole Thomas, as well as members of the public, the viewing public, and those on the Zoom link. I am going to walk us through today's zoning text amendment, the recommendations of the Planning Commission, approval of text amendment to Article 27, Section 21 through 27, uses generally permitted A through AT, commercial cannabis cultivation, ordinance number 3084, 5/21/2019. Proposed amendments to zoning ordinance AM 20-02, categorical exemption CE 20-15. This might be familiar to you all as the sitting planning commissioners, as this was brought before the planning commission on May 28th, 2020 for general consideration and discussion, but there were no formal actions taken. Staff is bringing this back today for reconsideration and formal action. And with that, I'm going ahead and get started. And I'll just give a general overview because you all have the materials at hand, and I'll hit the highlights and take questions and then talk through some of the public comments that we have received. Over 2020, there were several changes to Article 27 related to cannabis cultivation. Some of those zoning text amendments clarified definitions, changed setbacks for cannabis cultivation, and added protections for existing agricultural uses. Some of those zoning text amendments were approved at the Board of Supervisors level, so they are already effective, while some were remanded back to the Planning Commission for discussion and consideration, and now we're bringing those back today for formal action. To briefly go through some of those previous discussed actions by the Board of Supervisors, on May 12th, the Board of Supervisors discussed and took action on Ordinance 3092. Those actions in that ordinance decreased the minimum acre size for indoor cultivations, eliminated plant count limitations for small-scale cultivations. I just want to note that that was one of the items that was discussed by the Board of Supervisors, but was remanded to the Planning Commission for discussion. Number 3, instituted the deadline for registering with the California Resources Control Board for water quality protection programs by October 31st, 2020. Added language regarding security surveillance system requirements being necessarily only during active operations. Added Type 10 and Type A dispensary license to micro businesses as long as it is part of a resort operation and not a standalone operation, and made some changes to the planned development commercial district. Also provided some provisions to allow electronic fingerprint images, and then also added language to permit employees to work temporarily before their fingerprint live scan came back, with the condition that if the live scan came back with a negative report, that employee would have to be terminated immediately. So those were the zoning text amendments that were discussed and approved on May 12th via Ordinance 3092. No action is required on those zoning text amendments today because they've already been discussed and approved by the Board of Supervisors. Then on September 10th, 2020, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance number 3096, which further amended Article 27. Those changes included a setback from public lands, changing the setback from 1,000 feet to 200 feet, depending on what type of public lands were being considered. We had public lands with several different definitions, and staff determined that some of the public lands were not really conducive to public use of those public lands. So an example would be the water plant is denoted as public lands, but you do not have access as the public to those public lands. So we felt it was prudent to change those setbacks. Again, no action is required because that was previously approved by the Board of Supervisors. On May 28th, as I previously mentioned, that was when we had a full discussion about several zoning text amendments before the Planning Commission. We discussed changing the acreage for the following license types: Type 1 outdoor, Type 1A indoor, Type 1C outdoor, Type 2A indoor, and Type 3A indoor. We also discussed including language to increase administrative fines for violations of the zoning ordinance. Staff was directed to bring those changes back to the Planning Commission for further discussion and consideration, and that is what we'll do today. And that is a good segue to those items that we are going to discuss today. The current grid in Chapter 21, Section 27.3, AT1I, shows the minimum acres and setback from property lines for each cultivation license type. Previously, the Board of Supervisors discussed reducing the minimum acres for indoor-only cultivation operation, but the discussion ended with directing staff to bring this language back before the Planning Commission for consideration. The minimum acres for license types 1A, 2A, and 3A are currently set for 20 acres for all, and the setback from property lines is currently set to 100 feet. Staff is recommending making changes to these license types to make them more consistent with the state regulation for consistency. This will also serve as an economic development incubation tool. Making the changes to make it directly reflective of the state regulation will make it easier, hopefully, when the local verification is provided and the applicant applies for the state license. The idea being it's an apples-to-apples match when they apply for these types of license types, and there will not need to be any further interpretation between trying to make a difference between the county's license types and the state's license types for these license types as outlined. And so for Type 1 outdoor, the current language says a maximum of 5,000 square feet. The proposed language is changing canopy up to 50 mature plants on non-contiguous plots. Type 1A indoor, the current language states maximum 5,000 square feet with a 5-acre minimum. The proposed change is unlimited canopy with a 2-acre minimum. Type 1C outdoor, the maximum 2,500 square feet. The change is proposed up to 25 mature plants. Type 2A indoor, 20-acre minimum is the current. The proposed is a 2-acre minimum. Type 3A indoor, 20-acre minimum is the current. The proposed language is 2-acre minimum. As stated, we hope that this will also serve as an economic development incubation tool. Reducing the lot sizes will allow for additional properties to become candidates for cannabis cultivation, allowing for additional micro-business/economic development opportunities. Staff believes that all of these potential impacts will be mitigated since all future projects proposed as a result of the ordinance will require further discretionary review through the use permit or minor use permit process and would be analyzed for potential impacts on a project-by-project basis. Number 2, in Chapter 21, Section 27.3, AT2, ID10. The current ordinance provides setbacks from waterways and setbacks for fertilizers and pesticides from waterways. The current language states that a cultivation must be 100 feet from waterways for all of the above. However, this language does not comply with state rules and regulations on setback from waterways, which at times is less than 100 feet and sometimes more than 100 feet, which makes the current ordinance out of compliance with state law. Staff recommends changing the language from a specific setback to stating the setbacks must meet the required minimum riparian setbacks actively approved by the California State Water Resources Control Board. Changes this language will bring the zoning ordinance into alignment with the California State Water Resources Control Board language, hopefully making the effect of making it easier to process permit applications, as the language between the county's ordinance and the state will be consistent. Number 3, amend the language to include specific site plan guidelines. Chapter 21, Section 27.3 AT 2I D10 is amended as follows. Site plan. A site plan is a graphic representation of the project consisting of maps, site plans, or drawings prepared by a design professional consistent with the requirements of the Department of pursuant to Article 55.5. I'm not going to read that full language as you do have it in front of you. However, I would like to state that making this change will make it easier to process the site plans and will make the zoning ordinance consistent with additional articles that are already outlined, site plans, guidelines. We're just making that language consistent with Article 27. As I said, staff recommends the adoption of those changes. It'll bring additional clarity and specification, which will help facilitate the review of permit applications. Number 4, include language to increase administrative fines for violations of the zoning ordinance. Currently, the penalty for violation is $1,000 for the entire illegal operation, regardless of the amount of plants, whether someone has 6 plants or 600. Increasing the fine to a per plant and per day basis will provide a significant deterrent to illegal grow operations. Staff recommends increasing administrative fines to $1,000 per plant per day. I would like to note that there is some legal discussions going on about what happens when you change the limits to such an onerous amount. So what happens if a property owner is leasing their property out for cannabis cultivation and for some reason the operator is illegal or the property owner did not know, things of that nature. I want to note that this language does not preclude the existing language for administrative appeals for violations. This is simply amending that language to provide a higher fee for those who are not in compliance with our zoning ordinance. What this means is that if a notice of violation is provided, there still is a process to appeal it. That process goes before the Planning Commission, which is you all, and there will be an opportunity. So it's not an immediate, you get a violation, you get a fine, you have to pay it now. There is still an opportunity to plead your case and make that determination. So staff feels that increasing the fine in addition to the existing language is still consistent with the case law and with some of the situations that have been outlined. The environmental review. Pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act, projects where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment are exempt from CEQA. As the activity in question here is merely a text amendment which will not have any effect on the environment, it clearly falls within the common sense exemption. The adoption and implementation of the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment therefore is exempt from CEQA. I would also like to point out that underneath the CEQA guidelines, notice of exemptions could be presented to the state clearinghouse before a project is heard or after a project is heard. There's some language throughout the guidelines that specify when and deadlines for doing that. Staff made a determination that we were going to, actually I'm misspeaking. This project was actually, the notice of exemption was posted to the clearinghouse when this was originally heard by you all, and it was continued to a date future. So staff felt that this notice of exemption still applies. Recommendations. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following actions. A, find that the proposed text amendment to the Lake County zoning ordinance is exempt from the CEQA pursuant to 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines with the following findings. Number 1, the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments are consistent with the Lake County General Plan and Zoning Ordinance. Number 2, the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments will not have a significant effect on the environment. Number 3, the activity is covered by the general rule that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment, where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment. The activity is not subject to CEQA. B, submit a resolution of attention to the Board of Supervisors to consider and approve the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment. Number 1, change the license types to enhance the potential for development of additional micro-business activities, and make the zoning ordinance language consistent with the state regulations. Number 2, change the minimum required riparian setbacks actively approved by the California State Water Resources Control Board to be consistent with that language. Number 3, include language for the clarification of site plans submission. And number 4, include language to increase administrative fines for violations of the zoning ordinance. Again, not replacing the administrative fine process, but increasing the existing fines that are existing in the zoning ordinance. And with that, that concludes that report. I am prepared to take questions.
Takara, I have a, before you go on to the next report, I do have one question about the lot size reductions. And that is, you say staff recommends adopting the changes for licenses 1A, 2A, 3A, but the table also contains type 1 and type 1C. Are you silent on those two, or just recommending the other 3, or?
You know what, I apologize, I believe that was a typo. I am recommending the adoption of all, and I can share my screen really quickly if that would be helpful.
No, that answers my question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we did receive several public comments. I would like to note that before we go ahead and open the floor to public comments, some were received via email and some were received via the e-comment portal. When there's that time, I'm prepared to read the ones into the record that I have received. And I believe that concludes my presentation to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any questions?
Takara, I'm wondering what you think of Bobby Dutcher's e-comment that was submitted regarding item 4. He has a question about, as written, it allows up to 8 acres of cultivation if a parcel is 20 acres or larger. If 8 acres is acceptable for 20 acres, surely more could be acceptable if the premises is 50 acres. Why not use a size percentage instead? Do you have a reaction to that?
I do. That's a very great question. Staff did not consider doing a percentage because we wanted to make it consistent with the state language as it is written today. In 2019, there were updates to the CDFA register, the regulation for cannabis cultivation. And honestly, I didn't want to make a mistake with the percentage sizes. So I just wanted to take what was updated in 2019 and completely lift and shift it and put it in our zoning ordinance.
Sure. We could also revisit that in the future if we wanted to. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
You can also, if you feel it prudent, you can direct staff today to make those changes.
No. Just as long as we're not precluding something from changing in the future too.
I would be okay with percentages, just like I believe Mendocino is doing a 10% ratio. So I think that he did catch an important point. If there is a way to put percentages into it, I would definitely be okay with that. And then while we're looking at that, I know this is going to go up for discussion. I think you had stated that the Board of Supervisors said there should be no plant limits. And I do see that there's mature plants, 50, type 1, type 1C, 25. I wanted to eliminate that. But I was looking at recommendations. I still saw that there was plant limits on that. So I wanted to remove those. It's still the same square footage, so I don't feel like I have the right to tell a farmer that my way is the only way and that you have to choose this amount of plants to make the same square footage. Because then you're just making them, it's either plants or branches. And so I just wanted to bring that up. And I'm not sure what the time to do it, but one of these things that are going on while we're talking about reduction of lot sizes through license types, I was looking at type 3B greenhouse as well, and I wanted to bring that into a discussion. So for instance, one thing we'll be coming into later on today will be the farmland protection zones, where we're asking people that have been in a process to cut their square footage in half and put it in a greenhouse, but we're telling them to cut their square footage in half. And so I've been asked by some folks to increase that to a 10-acre minimum for the greenhouses. And then they would still have the same footprint. And many of their CEQAs were done for that. So they could easily switch over instead of saying, here's your 5 acres that you've been going for. Now you have to put it in 2.5 acres. So I think that that was a discussion I brought it up with the supervisor, and just something to think about here and to be proactive on it, because we will be getting into this discussion. And again, I think that it might be something there. And they've talked about indoor, but in many cases within the ordinance, indoor can also mean greenhouses as well. So I think it's something we really need to kind of look at. So I'll stop there and listen.
Commissioner Williams, is that something you were directing staff to, or just putting in comments, or do you want a response to that?
I would like, again, to have those plant limits, at least to start off with, on type 1 and 1C removed, because they're still limited by square footage. So it's not like they can just do 2 acres on 5,000 square feet. So there is a limiting factor there. So that's what I would like to see. And I believe that's what the Board of Supervisors had brought up as well. And you correct me if I'm wrong on that. And then I would like to see, I would like to be able to vote on to see if we have the votes to do a type 3B. Because again, we are now with a farmland protection zone telling somebody that if you've got, 5 acres that you've gotten proposed, you can no longer do the 5 acres. You have to do 2.5. And that's where there's, I think there needs to be some give and take there. The farmland protection zones were thought out because, again, there was the issues that the Ag Department didn't want anything near 1,000 square feet. No, 1 mile. Now we're down to 1,000 square feet. And in some cases, 2 miles. So I think there was some give and take here, but I also believe that we have to be aware that an unintended consequence was that, we're telling someone that they no longer can farm on 5 acres. And I think that that's not okay. And that's one of the complaints I've gotten. It might be something, I'm sure we're going to hear other comments about this. I would like to again state that it was being stated there was no early activations or, for anything near 2 miles of those farmland districts. It went down to 1 mile. It's now within 1,000 feet. So there has been progress. So a lot of people don't know the history of this, but that is what, it came about because projects were just stopped. So yes, but if you could direct the staff to look at 3B, and maybe if I can get the votes for that, to put that in there, that would be the only thing there. And then following in line with what the Board of Supervisors had already put forward with the plant numbers and the reduction of lot sizes. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams, may I respectfully ask that you bring that discussion point up back for the item number 5. I wanted to keep the discussion separate from farmland protection zone, and for these, just to keep it clean, we've kind of had some discussion going back and forth with some of the zoning text amendments. So may I ask that you bring that back up for zoning, for item number 5, just so we can keep it consistent. And that's just for the type 3B discussion point. For the plant limits, we really just lifted the direct language from the state. So as far as like removing the plant limits, I don't have a direct response right now. Outside of that, we just directly lifted the state limit for the proposed language. Is that helpful?
That is, because again, I've been told that obviously we can't be less restrictive, and I guess that would be a restriction. So I guess that's something we cannot go forward with. And thank you for bringing that up. I was not aware of that. I'm not very familiar with the smaller licenses, I have to say.
No worries.
Is there any other questions from the commission?
Not at this time.
So if not, I want to maybe propose we're coming up on the lunch hour. Do we want to take a break, or do we want to finish and complete this agenda item? Any thoughts from commissioners? I see we have a large Zoom room, so I don't know how many people are going to comment on this item. Any thoughts?
I'm down for the long haul. I feel like if we just sit down and, start going through it, why not? That's just my opinion.
Mr. Chair, for personal reasons, I prefer to work through for now. I have a doctor's appointment later in the afternoon that shouldn't conflict necessarily.
I'm up for continuing. The break did as well, so I'm definitely up. And I've never seen so many participants, so I'm very interested to see.
Okay, definitely. We can continue. We'll go ahead and open up the Zoom to public comment, and anybody can raise their hand.
All right. Chair, may I read the e-comments first before we open it up to the Zoom room? Is that please,
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. The first one that I'm going to read is from Mr. Bobby Dutcher. It was received February 23rd, 2021, 11:03 a.m. This is in support. The recommended revisions to the ordinance here look good to me. I would suggest changing the language of 1D though. As written, it allows up to 8 acres of cultivation if a parcel is 20 acres or larger. If 8 acres is acceptable for 20 acres, surely more could be acceptable if the premises is 50 acres. Why not use a size percentage instead? Revise the sentence to read for commercial cannabis uses up to 40% of the use premise may be used for license type 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B, and or 4 if the subject premise is 20 acres or larger. And the next one is from Mr. Michael Green at February 23rd, 2021, 5:13 p.m. This one is in opposition. The proposal to create draconian per plant fines for unlicensed cultivation is not new. See Fresno and Kern counties, among other early adopters. But any claim of deterrence is unproven. Quite the contrary. In fact, Lake can impose millions of dollars of fines, as other counties have for years now, but it will be very hard-pressed to collect them. In most cases, tenant girls will scurry off scot-free, while non-resident property owners get slapped with massive liens, whether or not there were any illicit cultivation was occurring. The proposed administrative fine is far steeper than a grower would face if charged criminally with a misdemeanor or felony, but the far lesser standard of proof. If this does pass, enjoy the landowner appeals and lawsuits sure to come. The next comment is from Dino Beltran at February 24, 2021 at 10:25 p.m. This one is in opposition as well. It is the understanding that a full CADX blanket policy across the board is being considered in this zoning change. To not allow an ethical and professional archaeologist to do the basic study and procedures that Native American sacred sites would be highly impacted as they have in the wine industry during the ripping of vines that need replacement. There are 2,600 known prehistoric sites in Lake County and new ones being discovered often, recorded and submitted to the Northwest Information Center. I request a full discussion roundtable with the tribes, professional archaeologists, and other interested parties be held before consideration or change is made. I plan to attend this meeting on 2/25, but have a previous engagement that I could not change, but will hopefully be in attendance before this agenda item is called. If not, could I request it be recalled when I arrive? Thank you, Dino Beltran, Vice Chairman, Koi Nation of Northern California. The next one is from Sean Connell, received at February 25th, 2021 at 6:59 a.m. I support many of these amendments and feel moving closer to state alignment is the safe this practice. I have noticed the requirement for Section 3 site plans will not be required to be submitted by a design professional. This requirement would effectively limit all development submissions to the Community Development Department, as architects and engineers are limited in availability locally, and many do not do site plans as there is no financial benefit. I think the requirement for design professional, in all caps, should be removed from the language and require all site plans to be drafted to scale. Scale and north arrow should be annotated on the plan site and verified for compliance. Also, in aligning with the state requires a 600-foot setback from sensitive sites. Such a requirement will cost local community members a cost that currently could be unbearable for many community members. And as I mentioned, that was in opposition. We also received some via email, trying to make sure I have them all. Okay, the ones I received email were for item 5, so I'll read those when it comes to that time. That concludes the public e-comments that I have in front of me today. I apologize. I hope I did not miss any that were submitted via email, as the county's current process is via e-comment. Staff has made every effort to make sure all were captured, but unfortunately, we just can't I'm hoping I didn't miss any.
Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and open up the item to the public. Anybody wishing to speak, raise your hand.
All right, it looks like we have a hand raised from, I'm going to say, Jean here. I've sent an unmute request. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
My name is John Klug. I'm on my wife's iPad, and it's labeled as Jean Scher. Sorry about that. I've been in meetings of my own all morning, and I'm just now kind of coming in on this. But, you know, I'd like to point out, well, first, we have vineyard in the south portion of Big Valley at the edge of Kelsey Bench. And I know that the wine grape industry is quite concerned about this, whether the grows are outside or in greenhouses, because the wine industry is very risk adverse to the tainting of the grapes from the terpenes that are given off. And even though they might be in greenhouses and enclosed, it doesn't prevent the release of those terpenes. Saying that, when state law is referenced, I'd like to remind everybody that state law is a minimum standard and can always be extended back out to protect neighboring ag interests. And that really needs to be reinforced when the Planning Commission and the county supervisors are looking at this. It's great to bring in a new ag industry, but it shouldn't be at the risk or depreciation of existing ag industries. And for the farmland protection zones, I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that it wouldn't be an important aspect for the commission to consider if they vote on these issues. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Brown, if I may, before we move on to the next one, I just would like to remind everybody that we got to keep it to the item that's at hand, and we are discussing item number 4, which is the public hearing to discuss and consider zoning text amendment 2002 to Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance. And item 5 is for the farmland protection zone. I just want to remind everybody to keep the comments to the topic at hand. Respectfully.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, John.
I also think it's this, as Lance said, I've never seen such a big group at a meeting like this, but under those circumstances, if there's a way Trish could run the 3-minute clock or something so that we can let as many people speak as possible.
I did run at that time, and they did hit it just exactly at 3 minutes. So from here on out, I will do the timer. I failed to do it on the first one, but I will do it now. Thank you.
No, that wasn't a criticism. I just want to give them as many people a chance to speak as possible.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
All right, so it doesn't look like we have another hand up. I did see one toggling back and forth, but it's not up right now. So I sent a...
Yeah, Lathan Martinez, I did have my hand up, but my phone cut out for a second, so.
Oh, great. So did you, well, you're unmuted. Would you like to make a comment? Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yeah, Lathan Martinez. Again, I spoke a little bit earlier, but just real quick, two comments in general to speak to what Bobby Dutcher had said. And I can't remember what commissioner, but a commissioner brought it up as well. You know, having the 10% like Mendocino's doing, Mendocino hasn't done that. Actually, this will be my 108th property that I'm licensing. I don't own them all, but I definitely work in Mendocino too. They haven't adopted that 10% grow area per acre. To come into line with that, I think the state has a 20% grow area per acre, but you know, I think the more the better, especially with bigger properties. I think as long as it's a good area to grow in, you know, everything's going to be followed. There's not going to be huge issues with CEQA or anything like that. I think that's important. The other thing that kind of came up in this, and I think in general with the ordinance and with, you know, how the naming designations for licenses and things like that, I think as close to in line with the state as a county can become is really helpful from a compliance perspective, because, you know, just say site mapping. The state requires completely different site mapping than Lake County, and then almost every county. But if those things can come into line, it would save fees for applicants, but also headaches for staff. It would just be a lot less time to review those things. So in general, but definitely concerning what people have brought up in this, I think, you know, raising the percentage that you can grow on and coming in line with the state, how the state regulates this industry will be helpful to everybody. So that's it.
Okay, any other comments from the public?
Hi, this is Robert Gary from the Lemonville Pomo of Upper Lake. I guess, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, one of my concerns are, as far as for the portions that are talking about being exempt from CEQA, how is that going to affect the tribes, I think, when it comes to notifications and the consultation process? I know it talks about like it's portions of what they're talking about once they want to be exempt, but I mean, is that going to affect any of that process?
Chair, if you would like, I could respond to that, or if you would like to continue going through the public comment.
If you can please respond to that.
Yes, sir. And for the gentleman, I cannot, I think your name was Gary. I apologize if I misremember. This categorical exemption is just for the zoning text amendment. Each project that is going to be brought before the Planning Commission and before staff is, if it's discretionary, it is going to undergo CEQA review. And as part of CEQA, that's the AB 52 consultation. So it's just for this, this zoning text amendment that we applied the categorical exemption.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comments from the public?
There is one more e-comment that has come in, and I'm prepared to read it after we've gone through the Zoom room, Chair.
Okay.
I do see another mic that unmuted. I don't hear any comments. I sent another unmute request out to the floor. If you'd like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, with hearing no comment, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. And if you'd like to read the e-comment, please.
Yes, sir. This is from Alex Paul, came in February 25th, 2021 at 11:51 a.m. This comment is in opposition, and it says, can you do the percentages now? This seems unfair to outdoor cultivations, for example, a 20-acre outdoor grow. And I'm going to refresh it one more time. That is the last e-comment that I've received.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the commission for any comments, any action.
Well, Cara, a clarifying question. I'm still, the percentages still appeal to me, I have to be honest. But you're saying you did it the way you did because that brings us into line with existing state language as we are doing with other things in this process today?
Correct. Let me share my screen really quickly. And I could just show you what it looks like. Let's see here, share screen. So here's the table that you have in your goodness gracious, sorry, I can't make it bigger. But this is the table that you have in your staff report. This language here, the proposed language, is directly from the state. And then I did a screenshot from the page 22 of the CDFA final regulations text 01/16/2019. This is directly from that language. And specialty outdoor and cottage corresponds with these license types. And I'll just leave that up for us to take a second to read it.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments from the commission?
I had one, but I think it would open up a can of worms. So.
Oh, come on.
I can, if I may, I can offer up that if the commission, if it's the pleasure of the commission, we can continue this item and staff can come back with a more robust answer about the percentages versus the state language. Or if you like, we can go ahead and hear this item.
There's a certain logic to me about percentages and not treating a 50-acre property or a 100-acre property. I'm just throwing out numbers like a 20-acre property in that sense. But I also understand the logic behind harmonizing our language with that of the state. But I'd be interested at some point of taking the temperature of the rest of the commission just to see what they might think.
Yeah, definitely, John. I am having those same thoughts as well. And so I know that she had some comments she wanted to make, and I think it would be appropriate if you wanted to make those comments, or if you wanted to say we take a break from the item and bring it up on our next agenda, so staff can take a look at a robust answer, response back.
Thank you for that comment. Takara, is what we do today going to the Board of Supervisors, or could we reflect this conversation to the board, the question of percentages?
We could do both. If it's the pleasure of the commission, we could strip out that one recommendation and table it for continuation. We could go ahead and do the entire set of recommendations today and then send that resolution of attention to the board. I would recommend, for consistency and clarity, that if we do table, we table the entire discussion. However, it is the pleasure of the Planning Commission how you would like to move forward. And so to clarify, you have two options. You can strip out that one item with the license types and continue on with hearing the rest of the recommendations today, or you can table the entire discussion and bring it back at a date certain.
Great, thank you. Any thoughts?
I have no interest in continuing the entire thing today. I think that would be a disservice to everybody who's made an attempt to attend. But if I could ask my other commissioners what they think about stripping out this one particular line item.
If I may, I'm okay with stripping out the one recommendation and just like being able to discuss it further at a later date. But as far as the other two, I think we're okay.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop everything on this. I think there are some projects that might be waiting on this. I'm not positive, but I think that's how I had understood it. So I would like to make some decisions today. I would love to say that, that if we could, make these decisions and then recommend to the board that we recommend percentages. It sounds like we have enough votes for that, but it doesn't sound like that's a possibility. But I don't want to shelve this by any means.
Okay. So I'm in agreement. We can continue on.
Sounds great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any action from the commission?
Anybody want to read? I can read. I'm prepared to make a motion if my colleagues see fit. I move that the Planning Commission find this zoning ordinance text amendment AM 20-02 is categorically exempt CE 20-15 from the California Environmental Equality Act, CEQA guidelines pursuant to 15061B3.
Second?
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the proposed zoning ordinance text amendment AM 20-02 applied for by the County of Lake for the reasons listed in the staff report dated February 25th, 2021.
Second?
Get a vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Motion so carries.
And lastly, I move that the Planning Commission render its final decision on the proposed ordinance text amendments within 10 days of said final decision in the form of a resolution of intention to the Board of Supervisors recommending the formal adoption and approval of these zoning ordinance text amendments AM 20-02 as outlined in the staff report dated February 25th, 2021.
Second? Dr. Carr?
I'm sorry, before we go ahead and have the vote, just want to clarify that we are going to strip out recommendation number one before you vote. So it'll be recommendations 2 through 4 for today's vote.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
The motion reflects that.
Not a problem. Do you want me to reread it?
Yes, please.
Okay, and that we're removing item 1, so it's only in reference to 2 to 4, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I move that the Planning Commission render its final decision on the proposed ordinance text amendment within 10 days of its said final decision in the form of a resolution of intention to the Board of Supervisors recommending the formal adoption and approval of these zoning ordinance text amendments numbers 2 through 4. AM 20-02 as outlined in the staff report dated February 25th, 2021.
Second?
Vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams. I didn't hear you, Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion so carries.
Okay. Note that the applicant or any interested person is reminded that the zoning ordinance provides for a 7 calendar day appeal period. If there's a disagreement with the Planning Commission, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors may be filed. Appropriate forms and applicable fee must be submitted prior to 5 p.m. on or before the 7th calendar day following the Commission's final determination. Okay, and sticking with our decision, we're going to move to our last item, the 925. Public hearing to discuss and consider approval of text amendments to Article 27, Section 21.27, uses generally permitted commercial cannabis cultivation with resolution of intention submitted to the Board of Supervisors. Proposed amendments to zoning ordinance AM 21-01, categorical exemption CE 20-16.
Good morning, good afternoon again, Planning Commission and members of the viewing public. My name is Takara Nicole Thomas, Deputy Director, Community Development, and today I will be presenting item number 5. I am going to share my screen and walk us through this item, as the way it was posted to Granicus was a little bit different from the way we normally post it. So I just want to make sure everybody has the full version of the item. Can you all see my screen and see the staff report on the screen?
Yes.
So this is the discussion and consideration for approval of text amendments to Article 27, Section 21-27, uses generally permitted commercial cannabis cultivation with a resolution of intention submitted to the Board of Supervisors. Proposed amendments to zoning ordinance AM 21-01, categorical exemption CE-16. On December 8, 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved Ordinance 3101, updating Article 27 of the zoning ordinance to create farmland protection zones. These changes were approved by the Board of Supervisors and went into effect on January 13, 2021. After the adoption of these changes, it was determined that additional changes were needed to further clarify this amendment, and the Board of Supervisors approved Resolution Number 2020-184 to initiate additional changes to the zoning ordinance. The additional changes are the inclusion of language to refine when and how the ordinance applies to existing cannabis permit applications, language to allow permit applications time to come into compliance with the ordinance, depending on when the applications were deemed complete, the addition of language to protect existing agricultural uses, and screening from highways. Previous actions on the farmland protection zone. As I just mentioned, on December 15, 2020, the Board of Supervisors approved amending the zoning ordinance with that language to protect existing farmland via Ordinance 3101, which became effective January 14, 2021. These amendments provided language to protect existing farmland and are listed below. Number 1, creation of farmland protection zones to protect the 4 areas of agricultural land of high importance where it is not possible to cultivate outdoor cannabis within its borders or within 1,000 feet of its borders. Number 2, inclusion of language to state that there is to be no outdoor cultivation occurring within the farmland protection zone, since these areas are connected to a larger network, not isolated. Outdoor cultivation may not occur within 1,000 feet of these zones, and if a proposed cultivation is located within 1 mile of the farmland protection zone, vegetation screening must be present. So how did we get here today? The farmland designation has been sent to the Planning Commission after the creation of the farmland protection zones, and which was approved by the Board of Supervisors. Number 1, and these changes in Ordinance 3101 only impact prime farmland, unique farmland, farmland of local importance, and farmland of statewide importance that are outside of the farmland protection zone. The ordinance should be further amended to include language protecting active agriculture activities on parcels within any of these designations. Farmland designation covers the 4 farmland types, which I just walked through, which are outside of the farmland protection zone, and additional language should be included. That additional language should be outdoor cultivation of cannabis shall not be less than 500 feet from a neighboring parcel with farmland designation, prime farmland, unique farmland, farmland of local importance, and farmland of statewide importance, from garden to garden, if those parcels are actively engaged in agriculture not related to cannabis. This does not include any parcels within the farmland protection zone. Number 2, if outdoor cultivation of cannabis is less than 1 mile from farmland designation, vegetation screening is required. That vegetation screening shall consist of woody vegetation or trees that grow to no less than 20 feet tall. Vegetation screening shall be between farmland designation and the permitted cannabis canopy area. The species of woody vegetation or trees to be used may be chosen by the permit applicant, but should be suited to localized soil and site conditions. Native plant species are encouraged, as are plantings which will benefit local fauna. Plantings must be perennial and hardy in the local climate zone as specified in scientific literature or garden catalogs. Vegetation screening shall be effective in preventing substantial drift and approved by the Agricultural Commissioner. Vegetation screening shall be maintained throughout the life of the cultivation use permit. Number 3, grandfather language. Commercial cannabis cultivation permit applications that were deemed complete but have not received a use permit before or on December 15, 2020 will be excluded from the provisions of the farmland protection zone for up to 3 years. After the 3-year period, the cultivation activities will need to be brought into compliance with the ordinance. Number 4, sunset language. Applications that were not deemed complete by December 15, 2020 have to update the application project description to meet the ordinance before the permit could continue processing. Number 5, outdoor cultivation screening along highways. Outdoor cultivation within 500 feet of State Route 20 29, 53, and 175 shall be hidden by vegetation as much as possible. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission review and approve the language to the zoning ordinance Article 27. The environmental review, pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act, projects where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment are exempt from CEQA. As the activity in question here is merely a text amendment, which will not have any effect on the environment, it clearly falls within the common sense exemption. The adoption and implementation of proposed zoning ordinance text amendment, therefore, is exempt from CEQA. And just a quick note on the environmental review. The notice of exemption was not posted to the state clearinghouse, as there's language within the state guidelines that state when and it basically leaves it up to the local jurisdiction of when the notice of exemption may be posted. And I'm going to transition to that language to show you that. After there are timeframes for filing the notice of exemption. A, when the public agency decides that a project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15061, and the public agency approves or determines to carry out the project, the agency may file a notice of exemption. The notice shall be filed if at all after approval of the project. B, a notice of exemption may be filled out and may accompany the project application through the approval process. The notice shall not be filed with the county clerk or OPR until the project has been approved. And E, when a local agency determines that a project is not subject to CEQA, I'm sorry, that does not apply here, so I will not read that. So that is a direct response to a public comment that was received from the Center, the California Native Plant Society, and I'm going to go ahead and read that into the record right now, although it is technically a public comment. It is dated February 24th, 2021. It's addressed to the Lake County Planning Commission, 255 North Forbes Street, Lakeport, California. Read zoning text amendment AM 2101 to Article 27 of the Lake County zoning ordinance. Dear Planning Commissioners, while it is unclear from the public notice announcing its February 25th hearing what exactly the amendment entails, the cultivation of cannabis must remain subject to environmental review. Permitting must remain discretionary with the public comment period prior to approval. Recent applications show that these projects, while generally small in area, are being proposed in potentially sensitive habitats broadly across the county. The conversion of natural habitat has a high potential of impacts to special status species or habitats in a county that is a global biodiversity hotspot. Water use requirements of this crop may have substantial impacts on water tables, springs, and streams. Storage and uses of chemicals may put the public and wild organisms at risk. Sincerely, Jake Roygit, and I apologize if I mispronounced your last name, Conservation Chairman, Napa Valley Chapter, California Native Plant Society, 2201 Emola Avenue, Napa, California, 94559. Again, staff would like to state that this categorical exemption is only to be applied to the zoning text amendment that is before you today. Each permit application that is discretionary in nature receives an environmental review under the CEQA, and staff makes a determination whether it applies for a categorical exemption or initial study, so on and so forth. Again, this notice of exemption only applies to the zoning text amendment today, and any discretionary projects that go before the staff receive an environmental review. Okay, transitioning one more time. This is a map of those proposed farmland protection zones. I apologize for not including it in your items. The map is not published as of yet. Wait a minute. There we go. So just kind of zoom in a little bit. The hash marks are the farmland protection zones. That gray bar is that 1,000-foot buffer. So there shall be no outdoor cultivation that occurs within these gray hash marks or within that 1,000-foot buffer. As you can see, there are several zones throughout the county, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will be was being presented to you before today. And one more note for the vegetation screening that I would like to present before the Planning Commission. The vegetation screening is really it's helpful when you're kind of like driving along the property, like if you're standing in front of it or if you're driving next it, it'll protect you from the cannabis, which is behind it. If you're on a slope and you're looking down into certain areas, even if there is vegetation screening, you will not be able, you'll still be able to see because you're at a higher angle than what the cannabis grow is at. So I just wanted to bring that before you all to provide additional information for your consideration. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Moving too fast. I'm going to go back to the staff report and leave that up. Again, I wanted to note that this was posted before, this was posted on Granicus, and it did meet the Brown Act, and it was up on Granicus, but you had to navigate a little bit down to see the rest of the text, and it was kind of hidden. You had to click something. So with that, we have some recommendations before you. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission take the following actions. A, find that the proposed text amendment to the Lake County zoning ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines with the following findings. Number one, the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments are consistent with the Lake County General Plan and Zoning Ordinance. The proposed zoning ordinance text amendment will not have a significant effect on the environment. The activity is covered by the general rule that CEQA applies only to projects which have the potential for causing a significant effect on the environment, where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant effect on the environment. The activity is not subject to CEQA. And B, recommend that the Board of Supervisors approve the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments for the following reasons. The proposed zoning ordinance text amendments are consistent with the Lake County General Plan and Zoning Ordinance. They will be consistent with agricultural uses in the described land use zoning districts above, and will not result in any significant adverse environmental impact, and the project is exempt from CEQA. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you.
Cara, this is Commissioner Hess. There was an e-comment submitted by Mr. Dutcher on vegetative screening. Does that need to be read into the record as well?
We can, and I'm glad you brought that up, we can read the public comments now that were received via e-comment. I also received some that were in writing via email, or we can wait until it's time for public comment.
Oh, I have no preference in that regard, just so we get that recorded, yeah.
Well, since I have the floor, I'll go ahead and just read them. So I'll start with e-comments.
Real quick, if I could interrupt. I'm sorry, this is Jake. I see your desktop on your screen share right now.
Ah, thank you. So, I didn't include all of that. Okay. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. So the first e-comment is from Alex Paul and was received February 25th, 2021 at 11:55 a.m. This is in opposition. Can someone fully explain why this is being introduced now? Also, what happens if there's a cannabis cultivation outdoor and if someone starts a farm next door? Can this be more fully explored? The next one is from Aaron McCarrick at February 25th, 2021 at 8:35 a.m. Again, opposition. Oppose unless amended. Please see attached letter on behalf of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. And let's go ahead and open that attachment. This is from the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. It is dated February 24th, 2021. Addressed to the Lake County Board Planning Commission, 255 North Forbes Street, Lake Fork, California, 95453, regarding agenda item number 5, public hearing to discuss and consider approval of text amendments to Article 27, Section 21-27, uses generally permitted commercial cannabis cultivation with a resolution of intention submitted to the Board of Supervisors. Proposed amendments to zoning ordinance AM 21-01 categorical exemption CE 20-16. Dear Honorable Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and feedback on the items coming before the Commission. Our membership would like to encourage the Planning Commission to amend Ordinance 3101. We have listed some of our concerns with the ordinance and would love to work with the Commission, the Community Development Department, and the community to find a working solution. The LCCA appreciates our working relationship with the Planning Commission and the Community Development Department. We look forward to further growth and discussion. Please don't hesitate to reach out with any questions or to discuss any item in further detail. Sincerely, the Lake County Cannabis Alliance, farmers, producers, distributors, manufacturers, and cannabis industry allies. Section 27.13 of Chapter 21 of the Lake County Code is hereby amended as to the Section AT 1VI with the following. LCCA notes in bold and italics, farming and agriculture is Lake County is important to our economy. Cannabis may present certain conflicts with more traditional farming. In order to ensure the protection of all agricultural industries within the county, the following rules will apply when cannabis cultivation interfaces with farmland protection zones. If an applicant finds that their project is in an area where they should not be allowed to cultivate outdoors, then their cannabis cultivation shall be limited to indoor, mixed light, and greenhouses that equip with filtration systems that prevents the movement of odors, pesticides, and other airborne contaminants out of or into the structure. A, outdoor cultivation of cannabis should not be allowed within any farmland protection zone. In bold and italics, which is LCCA notes, we believe that cannabis is an essential crop and beneficial to a diverse agricultural economy and the economy of Lake County. B, outdoor cultivation of cannabis should not be allowed within 1,000 feet of any farmland protection zone. Again, LCCA notes is we believe that there can be a smaller setback. If outdoor cultivation of cannabis is less than 1 mile from farmland protection zone, vegetation screening is required. Vegetation screening shall consist of woody vegetation or trees that grow to no less than 20 feet tall. Vegetation screening shall be between farmland protection zone and the permitted cannabis canopy area. The species of woody vegetation or trees to be used may be chosen by the permit applicant, but should be suited to localized soil or site conditions. Native plant species are encouraged, as are plantings which will benefit local fauna. Plantings must be perennial and hardy in the local climate zone as specified in scientific literature or garden catalogs. Vegetation screening shall be effective in preventing substantial drift and approved by the agricultural commissioner. Vegetation screening shall be maintained through the life of the cultivation use permit. LCCA's comments, we believe this is excessive screening and may have an adverse effect on the natural environment and on surrounding agricultural land. Other points of concern. We are curious what the conflicts with more traditional farming may be, and if we can talk about how all agriculture can work together. We're concerned for members in the agricultural community that if they have property in a farmland protection zone, that they may be limited in the free market to sell their property if a cannabis farmer had interest in protecting that property, purchasing that property. That concludes Eric McCarrick's e-comment. Sean Connell submitted an e-comment at February 25th, 2021 at 7:28. This is opposition, and there's an attachment. To Planning Commission, Lake County, from Sean Connell, C Squared Advisory Group, LLC. Dear Planning Commission, I am responding to the agenda item 5 before you today. The subject is the newly created farmland protection zones and the required setback from them. It is unreal to me that we are yet again placing restrictions on an industry that is legal, approved by the voters, and executed by the state of California. Not only, but since 1992, the state has granted the ability for cultivation of cannabis for use by this very state population. Yet we find ourselves picking apart an industry that is sustaining commerce throughout the pandemic. Cannabis cultivation laws have created a safer, regulated market. The goal should be to increase the amount of participants, not exclude those from coming into the fold. Section 1, setbacks from neighboring parcel with farming practices. The standard setback from a neighboring parcel for cultivation is set to 200 feet. Yet in this new zone, we are requiring an additional setback that is more restrictive, which in turn affects standard planning practices. Projects are to be treated fair and equal across the board, yet here we are looking at one potential crop and restricting it further than we would if it were wine, walnut, or pear. The proposed 500-foot setback from an active farm is impossible to impose and should be removed and aligned with the setback established in the zoning code. Section 2, vegetation screening in less than 1 mile. This is in hopes to prevent pollination drift from traditional agriculture to cannabis agriculture. I'd like to point out, I do not see a requirement for an organic farm to screen, increase setback from traditional farms, or any such requirement that will be imposed on a more traditional agriculture basis. There are 35 states with approved cannabis legislation, and half have approved recreational use. It is the responsibility of this commission to help protect and prepare our land for future development. As we all see the trend to legalization nationally, will this department and commission address this all over again to align the agriculture community into one? Think of the ramification of the 2018 Farm Bill and the right to farm industrial hemp and the issues that created in the county. Section 3, farmland of statewide importance. The creation of the new farmland protective zones, I am asking for the commission to provide clarity to the department and request the Board of Supervisors to finalize the designation of these zones, as the current Article 27 allows for the director to approve outdoor cultivation if the areas are isolated areas that are not connected to a large system of such land. Is this to mean that soils outside of these protective zones can be cultivated outdoors? Is there a reason why we are adding a setback to an exclusion zone? Is this amendment really providing county staff with the ability to move these projects forward in a pathway that is consistent with local and state laws? The additional requirements or protections are reinforcing the idea that cannabis cultivation is a nuisance and causes more issues to farm than it prevents. However, in the review of this county crop report, we are seeing drastic decline in all forms of agriculture except wine. As wine is up 30%, and according to Chair Sabatier, they were compensated less for their product because of the county's cannabis. Planning is about commonality. Government is about fair and impartial in all actions. Yet this amendment seems to be targeted exclusively at cannabis cultivation and not at a large integration of agriculture across the board. Respectfully, Sean Connell. That concludes Mr. Connell's comment, which was in opposition. The next one is from Michael Colbruno at February 25th, 2021 at 6:25 a.m. Again, is in opposition. Opposed unless amended. We are writing about the proposed increase to existing setbacks to ostensibly protect existing farmland. Setting aside our belief that different agricultural and farmland uses can coexist together, the proposal as written is discriminatory and unfair. We borrowed money and spent our life savings to purchase property and invest in Lake County. We moved our home to the county to fulfill this dream, and now have 2 applications at the planning department. This proposal has created uncertainty for us and the future of our personal investment. For others who may be looking at investing in Lake County, it creates enormous regulatory unpredictability. At the very least, you should exempt anyone who has an existing application at planning. Thank you, Michael Colbruno, Lower Lake. That concludes Mr. Colbruno's opposition comment. Bobby Dutcher at February 23rd, 2021 at 11:29 a.m. Support. I'm glad to see the requirement that cultivation within 500 feet of our highways be screened with vegetation. Our highways are used heavily by visitors here. Providing this visual buffer does not burden farmers excessively and will maintain the beauty along the route. It does seem like the protection from fugitive spray goes too far though. Under 2D, in quotes, vegetation screen shall be effective in preventing substantial drift, end quote. Since the cannabis operator is already being burdened with the cost of a vegetation butter, why are they also being punished by providing a 500-foot clearance from a neighboring crop? The protection for a neighboring residence is 200 feet. This seems like an adequate distance crop to crop if an effective vegetative buffer is also used. I recommend reducing the 500-foot buffer to 200 feet. That concludes Mr. Dutcher's comment and support. Now switching to some of the ones that were submitted in writing via email. We already read this one from LCCCA. Let's move that out of the way. The next one is from Canacraft, dated February 24th, 2021, addressed to the Planning Commission, County of Lake, 255 North Forbes Street, Lakeport, California, 95453. Regarding Planning Commission, Agenda Item 5, proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance amending Chapter 21, Articles 27 to the Lake County Code pertaining to commercial cannabis cultivation, opposed in all caps. Dear Commissioners, on behalf of Kindness Farms, I write in respectful opposition to the zoning ordinance amendments under consideration by the Planning Commission. Of particular concern are the amendments that would establish farmland protection zones. We share your commitment to Lake County's traditional agricultural industry. We have an abiding respect for our neighboring vineyard owners and a deep appreciation for their contribution to the local community and economy. We do not share the belief that the business interests of cannabis farms and vineyards are in conflict. Thus, we do not believe that the farmland protection zones are necessary. Moreover, as proposed for inclusion in Chapter 21 of the Lake County Code, the changes will devastate locally authorized cannabis cultivators who will be forced to make costly and unnecessary modifications or move their business operations out of the county. Kindness Farms, which is owned by CannaCraft Incorporated, has been legally cultivating cannabis at 2800 Manning Road in Lakeport since last year. Our dedication to farming outdoors stems from our deep and long-standing commitment to managing and conserving resources and protecting the natural environment. In furtherance of these goals, we have made substantial investments in our Lake County farm, where we currently cultivate 4 acres with hopes to expand to 10 acres later this year. The proposed increase in existing setbacks and the new underlined requirement that existing locally approved cultivators discontinue outdoor cultivation is unnecessary and detrimental to our continued business in the county. This sort of regulatory instability makes it virtually impossible for businesses to continue investing in the community, and we have invested substantially. Since establishing our farm operations in 2020, we have employed approximately 30 residents during the farming season. We have extended employment options to those employees in the off-season, providing good paying jobs at our manufacturing facilities located in Santa Rosa. In addition to providing job opportunities for Lake County residents, we paid over $258,000 in local cannabis taxes, funding important county programs and services at a time when resources are critically needed. Assuming we are able to expand our cultivation operations later this year, we expect to generate 20 additional jobs, increasing the number of employees on our farm to 50 and generating an additional $644,000 in new cannabis tax revenue for the county. We respect and appreciate the concerns raised by the broader agricultural community. However, the proposed amendments represent an extreme overreaction that will have devastating consequences for cannabis cultivators in the county. For instance, concerns such as pesticide drift can be handled peaceably with waivers of liability and indemnification. Our proven track record as good neighbors and our collaborative approach is reinforced in the attached letters of support. While we oppose these amendments in their entirety, should the Planning Commission approve them, we respectfully request that our property, as well as the properties of other licensed, locally approved cultivators, be exempted and grandfathered in under the parameters of the existing ordinance. We believe such a request is fair and reasonable given the investments we have already made in our employees and to the local economy. We thank you for your time and attention to this urgent matter. Should you have any questions or need more information, please do not hesitate to contact Amy Jenkins at area code 707-291-3270 or amy@precisionadvocacy.co. Respectfully, Tiffany DeVitt, Chief Government and Consumer Affairs, CannaCraft Incorporated, Carbon Copy members, Lake County Board of Supervisors. And I believe we read this one. We read that one. And we read the California Native Plant Society. And then just double checking e-comment to see if any have additional comments have come in. No, that concludes the written comments that I have available to me at this moment.
Great job, Takara.
Thank you.
Have some water.
So if there's no further comments from the commission, I would like to go ahead and open the hearing up to the public.
All right, it looks like we have a couple hand raised here. We have Lathan again. I've sent an unmute request to Lathan.
Sorry, yeah, I just unmuted. So Lathan Martinez again. So I have a early activated property right off of Highway 53. I know there's going to be a lot of comments concerning the farmland of importance. I'm more commenting on the setback of 500 feet from highways, including Highway 53, and having to add vegetative screening if you are there, or if you're within that 500-foot buffer, which we're totally okay with adding vegetative screening. We actually have that in our major use permit application, but we think it's reasonable to kind of move that back a little bit to about 250 feet. We just think it sets some precedence of possibly losing some type of cultivation maybe in the future if there's any changes to the ordinances. And we think, especially with our site in particular, that 250 feet would be adequate to, not see it from the highway. And if you can see our cultivation from the highway, we're going to add vegetative screening anyway. We've already contacted the local person, which I know I have 3 minutes. The other thing that I definitely support is the grandfathering in of people who are either through their MUP or early activated who are in good standing. So that's about it.
Okay, anybody else?
All right, we have another hand up from Michael Cabruno. It looks like you're unmuted there. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Great, I'm Michael Colbruno.
Thank you.
Thank you to Chair Brown, commissioners, and staff. I served as a planning commissioner for 7 years in Oakland, so I'm familiar with these robust discussions where people think there are conflicting uses. And this is, to me, is a classic case of a solution looking for a problem. As the LCCA letter said, you know, these uses can coexist. If you talk to people out in the community, I know I was at a winery one day and there was an application across the road from them and they were complaining about the terpenes. You talk to cultivators, they complain about the stuff that winemakers are spraying and that it might get on their crops. And the truth of the matter is there's a way to handle this without having to go to an extreme ordinance like this one. And, you know, when we're in fire season right now, we call a phone number to see if it's a fire day because of wind and weather conditions. And it's the same type of thing when somebody is like, if a winery is spraying for botrytis or something else, there should be a day that you can do that when the wind is in the right direction or there is no wind. The main issue that I have with this, which I put in my written comments, is, you know, we invested in Lake County. We bought 2 properties up here. We have 2 applications in right now. You have this arbitrary date of December 15th for applications that are deemed complete. But what about people who invested in Lake County and already have applications in? It seems like that grandfathering provision is not sufficient. And I would ask the county, are you then willing to refund people's applications and permit fees that have already been submitted to the county? I just think it's a little extreme the way that it's written. And I really, like I said, it's just a solution looking for a problem. You know, California and North Carolina are the 2 most diverse agricultural states in the country, and everybody manages to coexist next to each other. There are rules that work. Like I said, there should be days when spraying and other activities are allowed or not allowed, and I think that's a much more practical solution for Lake County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
All right, the next hand we have up is from Alicia Russell. I've sent you an unmute request, Alicia. It looks like you're unmuted. Will you please state your first and last name for the record?
Thank you. My name is Alicia Russell, and I'm the Director of Operations for Northern California for Pro Farms. And I would like to let the commission know that our farms down in Santa Barbara County are surrounded by vineyards. We've been operating down there for 5 years, and at the closest point between one of our areas of cultivation and a vineyard is less than 50 feet. And during the 5 years that we've been cultivating there, we have never had an issue with the vineyards. They have not had any significant changes to their wine as a result of being located near our cultivation area, and we have never had an issue with spray drift as a result of being located near their vineyard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any other hands?
Yes, we have another hand up from Sufyan Hamuda. I've sent you an unmute request. You should have received that. All right, looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name for the record?
Fian Hamuda.
Thank you.
I would like to propose changes to the farmland protection zone, section 3, the grandfather language, and section 4, the sunset language. I believe the farmland protection zone ordinance interpretations would impact more than just current applications that are currently under review. We have to consider the fact that pre-applications are a requirement per the zoning ordinance for a reason. Pre-applications are required to guide applicants of what's allowed on their property and what to expect during the process. So when an applicant is coming into the county who did their due diligence, goes through the pre-application process, spends hundreds of thousands or even millions on a property, being told they can apply a certain way, but now a few months later will not qualify, is not really a good look for the county. If an applicant cannot even have the confidence in what they're being told during a pre-application, or even after they've submitted a project, there will be a break in that trust. I would like to propose the grandfather language to include all pre-application meetings that were conducted prior to January 14th, 2021, when the ordinance did take effect. As we all know, the application's review time has been severely delayed, and only allowing complete applications would not be fair to applicants that have not had a chance to have their project reviewed under a reasonable time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other hands?
I do have a hand raised from it's Christina Torres. I'm not sure what this. Look, we have two here. So, Christina, I sent you an unmute request. All right. It looks like we're getting some echo on your
Hi,
line.
good afternoon. My name is Christina Torres and Michael Rodriguez from Stella Green Farms. We have a project in Lakeport, California, and I appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you all. We submitted our application. We were the very first in Lake County on January 4th of 2020. Since then, we have completed all of our fees, requirements to the county and to the state. We have our state license right now. Just because of the lack of processing, and we understand that Lake County is it's been a difficult year. However, we feel as if our application, since our early activation was granted on April 15th, we should be allowed to continue with our, we should be able to proceed this year. And the new ordinance, our county should have been approved prior to December 15th.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
I'm sorry.
Just making sure you can hear me.
Yeah, you ended up muted there, Christina, one way or another. Sorry. You may continue.
I had a question. Were they activated because it's not yet April? So they would be deemed complete from what I'm understanding. Maybe if she does get back on the line, but it does look like hers is deemed complete. So I just want to double check
that. Chair, if I may?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll wait.
Okay, Christina, we can hear you if you want to continue.
It looks like she might have left the meeting.
Takara, what were you going to say?
Yeah, if I may, I just wanted to address the dates, if it pleases the commission. December 15th is when this original ordinance proposal was discussed at the Board of Supervisors level. It became effective January 14th, which I believe is 45 days from the date of when it was, when it went through all of its readings and was approved by the Board of Supervisors. We're proposing the grandfather language to help address some of those items, those applications that have been languishing. As you know, members of the public have pointed out, CDD has had, the planning division has had some challenges this year. We have an inordinate workload, going through a global pandemic. So we kind of wanted to add that grandfather language in to help some of those applicants who might have been in the process and then, kind of midstream, this change occurred. So there's two parts. The grandfather language would help address people who have submitted a complete application and have gone through the process, but they've not had a use permit provided yet. The other language was to provide, and I'll just have it in front of me just to make sure, the sunset language were for applications that were not deemed complete by December 15th, but have submitted to the CDD. They would need to bring their project in compliance. And that line was being drawn was because if you're already complete, you've already gone through the process, just really the next step is to be heard by the review authority, and then to have this ordinance change and it could potentially impact your project significantly. That was kind of the line that we drew to help out with that. And then if you're on the other side of that line, if you have submitted an application but it's not deemed complete, you're still going through the process. This ordinance is in effect as of January 14th, 2021. So while your application was submitted before this ordinance took in effect, it's effective now. You still have to come into compliance, which is why we wanted to add this language to help clarify that in the ordinance.
And then, so the way I heard Canacraft's letter, that they would be deemed complete for their 4 acres, but their 6-acre expansion would not. So that's how that would work out. And I guess we'll keep hearing from the public, but I obviously think there might have to be a couple other things. For instance, in the beginning, before this Farmland Protection Act started, that there was letters from the Ag Department and the Farm Bureau. I know that we should add that into that grandfathering language because those were pre this Farmland Protection Zone. So those were kind of given the A-OK by Steve and all the farmers. And so when I hear the vineyards, they were a part of those discussions too. So I guess if there's any more public comment, I'd like to hear it. And again, eventually I would like to again propose the different license type because again, we're saying that these people in these zones, all of a sudden, you're gonna have to cut your space down. So if they wanted to go to 6 acres, we couldn't even allow them to do that currently. They would have to go for 3 acres. I was using Canacraft as an example.
Okay, any additional public comments?
So we do have some hands raised up here, but we also did have Christina Torres come back. So I have sent her an unmute request and to continue the floor for her.
Thanks very much. I appreciate that. I apologize for being disconnected. I'm not sure exactly what point we were disconnected, but I just wanted to reiterate the fact that we were the very first application in with Lake County on January 4th. We had our early activation. Our site inspection was practically a year and 3 days from today. And I feel as if our project would have been before the Planning Commission had it not been a delay in processing prior to December 15th. We currently have our state license, and we'd like to know, we would hope to be exempt from this new zoning ordinance, for at least a reasonable amount of time, because it affects our project dramatically, our life savings, our home, everything is completely affected by this. We've paid all of our fees, our licensing, and we'd like some resolution to proceed with this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that she's asking a question in some ways. If she already has her state license, I assume that she is deemed complete for the December 15th deadline. She does, I think, maybe there's a misunderstanding, or maybe I'm misunderstanding this, that she thinks she has to be in front of the Planning Commission to be deemed complete. There's a process in the Planning Department, as I am understanding this, that it is deemed complete as a complete application at the Planning Department, not with us. Could Takara speak to that?
Hi, yes, it's Tokar Thomas again. I don't have her actual file in front of me, so I can't really speak for the specific details. I can pull it and get it so we can speak specifically, but as far as the process, yeah, your application is submitted, it's reviewed, it's deemed complete or incomplete. If there's incomplete, there are letters that are sent out with items that are requesting to be sent to augment your application. Then after that, it is reviewed by our partner agencies in the AB 52 consultation. Then after that, it goes for environmental review. Then after environmental review, it is prepared by staff to be brought before the review authority. Some applications go before the zoning administrator, some go before the planning commission. It just depends on what type of application has been presented. Unfortunately, I apologize, I can't really speak specifically as to the specifics of her project. I think it would be irresponsible for me to say where she's at without having seen it in front of me.
Okay, thank you. If we can continue with public comment for those who haven't had the opportunity to comment.
All right. It looks like the next hand we have raised here is Sufyan Humana again.
Can we,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, John.
Could we let others go who haven't spoken yet before we hear from a speaker a second time?
Yes, I would prefer that happening. And then I'm also unclear because I believe there's a few people who have two or more people on the same call or the same Zoom line. And I'm not sure how we're going to distinguish the time for each person that's on one call. So if we can get to the comments from people who haven't had the opportunity to comment, I prefer that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think the next, I don't think Stephen H here has commented on this item. I will send a new request to Stephen Hadjic.
Okay, can I speak now?
Yes, this is public comment, so please confirm your first and last name.
Okay, my name is Steve Hadrick, and I'm going crazy because I do this very well, so I need to speak. I support this 110, 120, 200%. Okay? I'm the one that has to enforce these rules. They don't. I do. Okay, number one, 500-foot buffer. You've heard the guy talk about how Glengrave people are going to be dinged for having a cannabis grower buy them. That's true. The guy that commented before did that. I got a comment for someone else in Upper Lake. The same thing. Okay, that is true. Okay, the reason why the pesticide thing is an issue because there's no tolerance for pesticides on cannabis that they use on normal ag. So any amount could cause that product to be banned from being used. Therefore, they couldn't sell the crop. Therefore, they could sue anyone who they think forced them. If anyone got dripped, they could think they did it, and then that would go to a lawsuit. In Santa Barbara County, the avocado growers had to change how they do their pest control because of the impact of cannabis growers. Okay. Let's see. There's that. Yeah, there was a case where it was with a 1,000-foot buffer in Upper Lake. I was telling the guy, I'm organic. I don't want any kind of drift. What's going to be my process to file a grievance if it dripped on me? This was even before he even planted his plants. This 500-foot buffer, the trees that they're doing, that they want to provide a blocking. These are all really, really important. And I'm going to be the only one probably to say this among this group, but I strongly support this whole, the whole thing. It's an entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next hand raised.
All right, looks like the next hand we have up is from Ted Fox. I have sent you an unmute request. It looks like you're unmuted.
Yes, I'd like to
confirm.
comment.
My name is Ted Fox. I'm with Pro Farms. I'd like to comment about the Ag Commissioner's last comments about vegetation screening. Yes, it's true that our testing is very specifically for pesticides, and we are in fact the police force for pesticide drift. We were drafted into this because of our testing of our pesticides. But the issue is that pesticide drift is against the law. There is zero tolerance. And the person that's creating this situation should have the vegetation screen on their property. Shouldn't be, the cannabis people should not be penalized for pesticide drifts on crops. And that's an enforcement issue. And when the Ag Commissioner talked about the avocado grower Barbara, we're property down here in Santa Barbara for cannabis, and those avocado growers were having problems because they were doing aerial spraying of their pesticides, which is not a highly approved process because of the risks of pesticide drift. In this particular case, as it relates to pesticide drift, you're shooting the messenger, and the enforcement should really be on the part of the perpetrators of this drift, not the receivers of this drift. Thank you.
Thank you. We can move on to the next hand raised.
The next hand raise I see here, I have an iPhone mic. I have sent you a unmute request.
Hi there, and thank you for taking my comment.
You would confirm your first and last name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Michael Rodriguez.
Thank you.
And I am Christina Torres. She was speaking earlier about our farm and where we're at in our application process. And we just wanted to reconfirm that we are basically 99.9% done with our application. And this happens to come in. We already have our state license. We've already paid our state taxes, our county taxes. And so we just wanted to reassure that are we on the complete side as far as that goes, in that 3-year, the allowing the 3-year buffer to get everything in compliance of what you guys are asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can, do we have any additional comments from anybody that hasn't had the opportunity yet?
So I can offer an unmute request to the Zoom room floor for the anybody else that might want to comment that hasn't already. I've sent that request out. If you would like to make a comment and haven't had the chance to speak already, please say your first and last name.
All right, do we know where you were? No, they did not.
Okay, seeing no additional comments, are we comfortable with allowing the raised hands to make a second comment?
I would like to hear it all now.
I'm a broken record about this kind of stuff, but as long as it's something different from what they presented to us before, sure.
Great.
All right, so should I call on the repeats here?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Okay, so the first one we had here was from Sufyan Hamada. I have sent you an unmute request.
Hi, Sufyan Hamada.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to get in a second question here. Just really briefly, I was just wondering if there was any thought into the process for how that change of license will occur. Will there be some sort of expedited process for the projects that do qualify for the grandfathering term when that goes into play? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If we do not have any further comments from the public, I would like to close public comment. Bring it back to the commission for any discussion, questions.
Mr. Chair, it's a little hard to know where to begin. There was a lot of good information offered in the course of those public comments, very valuable, and the e-comments and letters as well. My bottom line is I have a number of questions. I'd hate to see people who have not only gone through the entire process, but who are currently growing by the rules have, run into a brick wall. And for people who are certain ways within the permitting process already, it seems to me either they get a reprieve and get through with this, or there's a lot of refunding the county's going to have to do of fees, et cetera, and other things. And I don't think the sunset language is strong enough in that regard. Not that I have the perfect words to apply, but it doesn't seem to me to really offer much, except that people can pull out of the process at that point and then demand that they get whatever refund they're entitled to.
Well, I agree. I think that there has to be some other things that are put in there. I would say to Steve's point, though, that most of these properties in these farmland protection zones were already supposed to be in greenhouses because of their farmland designations. So that is an interesting one. So I think there's some older ones that are in there, and that would be Canacraft, and there's some ones that are some of the originals that are in there. But it looks like they are grandfathered in, but they also, as he brought up, expansion seems to be very difficult. And Sufjan brought up a good point, how to then transition someone if we're all of a sudden forcing them to do this, because they may have to do another CEQA review for the same site, maybe just with the addition of buildings. And it takes a long time. I think we still have one of the original greenhouse projects there still coming to fruition in Kelseyville. And so I think that this is going to take a while to come to, I don't know if we can really bust right through this, and I'm looking at 118, but I think that we really have to take our time with this as well, and not, I don't think we can miss anything in this. So that's where I just wanted to kind of get into this. But obviously, Steve had some original letters from the Ag Department. I think there has to be those entered into this, because that was the original decision, because he had gotten phone calls from people. Canacraft had posed maybe signing some waivers, but I guess that unless those waivers are attached to the land, that land can be sold. So then another company would not have to go under that waiver. So I think that's kind of, there's so much to go into on this, and I did like Sufjan's thought about the pre-apps had been through. But it doesn't look like we can go that direction, because again, they were told that they could do a certain thing, but I'm really kind of curious how many pre-apps were in those zones that were not on ag land that they could be out of greenhouses. So a lot of different factors
here. Yes, I definitely agree. There's a lot to think about, a lot to review. And like we're talking about, the people who have gone through this process and have done their due diligence, it's important to consider the impacts. And I definitely am open to gathering more information, looking at some of the decisions that were made, some of the letters, what's impacting our decision making. And I think one of the questions I had too is in relation to buffers or any type of vegetation that has to be in between those buffers. I would like to have more information on what types of vegetation is recommended. I know years back I was working for a tribe where pesticide drift got people really sick, and this was about 15 years ago. And to my knowledge, nothing was done about it, including from the individuals who were impacted or the organization or whoever was doing the spraying. So just some kind of direction, if I could find what type of vegetation is recommended. I'd like to have that at another date or today if we know that.
Chair, would you like staff to respond to that now or continue through with the questions from the rest of the commission?
If we can continue with the questions, we can come back to that. It's just a small minor clarification I would like to be aware of.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I believe it was Mr. Alex Paul, who sort of flipped the question. What if there's a cannabis grow that's active and established and a farm comes along? I'm not a farmer. I don't know if that's a realistic scenario or not, but has the county considered the flip side of that?
I don't know if the county has, but I have seen it happen in the cannabis industry. Retail would open up and you have certain zones away from schools. So I had a friend shop about 10 years ago that was shut down, that was in existence for 6 years. And then they got in with the state guidelines, 600 buffer from a school. So I definitely would hate to see something like that, where someone is then taken out by these rules. I think that I'm asking the CDD to maybe put some language in there if they are deemed complete. And again, I think that might revert back to that December 15th deadline or 16th deadline, that those ones, cannot be kind of torn apart by something like that. And so I think there is a possible way through that, but I have definitely seen it. And I would hate someone to get caught up in that.
Do you have any other comments from the commissioners?
I don't have much to say. I know that there's a couple of really strong touch points as far as the setbacks go. I know that's really important. The status of early activation and any other applicants that are in the process. I feel like we should clean up some of the verbiage so that they feel a little bit more confident moving forward. Not to mention the ones, the potential applicants that are waiting to get the process started and they're kind of at a halt because they're not quite sure how we are handling things. So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
And then I wanted to say again, back to that license 3B, again, one of the things that's really hitting people is that, the person, and I'll just use the Canacraft example, they want to expand to 6 acres from their 4 acres. If we haven't had any complaints, they've been good actors. We're just saying you can only do, 3 acres or something like that. So I think that changing for greenhouse specifications, maybe in that zone or just overall, or recommending that, I think would be an important thing, because again, a lot of folks were not aware of this. And again, I really think that we need to add that in as well.
Okay, thank you. So do we want to recommend any action today? Do we want to direct staff to clean up some of the points that have been brought up? Any specifics that you want to address that you need staff to look over?
Mr. Chair, I've noticed Takara taking copious notes. and I think her hard work should go somewhere. I think, yeah, they should have, CDD staff should have the opportunity to absorb our comments and provide some clarification where needed or changes where needed. This is a very, very complicated part of the hearing today.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to go ahead and echo John. I agree that we've had a lot to chew on and a lot to digest today. And I know I want to personally see some new verbiage, or at least a little bit of clarification on the sunset and the grandfathering in, just to give those applicants and people that are in the process a little bit of clarity and confidence moving forward.
Well, and I do think there's some merit to the argument that we can't be sending mixed signals as a county.
Absolutely.
And those things do matter. we still have the fine to consider as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, the $1,000 per plant per day.
Right.
Point of clarification, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
The administrative fine was a part of item number 4, and I believe that was number 3. The one that we stripped out was item 1 with the license type, or did I take that note down wrong?
You did take that correctly. It was item 4, and that was not brought up. So yes, that was skipped at that point in time. I think we might want to have you read again what number 1 was. I was looking through that when that was passed, and how much of that was stripped out. And then I agree with John and Christina that I would like to pose this to your department to bring this back at our next planning commission meeting, talking about number 5. And that way we can listen to this public comment and really, and I'm sure as commissioners we'll hear other comments as well. So we really kind of look at this and we can go from there.
Okay. So just as a point of clarification, we're not reopening item number 4. I just want to clarify that. I'm just clarifying that item number 4, we took out the recommendation number 1, which was for the minimum acres and setbacks and property lines for cultivation license type. So that was type 1, type 1A, type 1C, type 2A, and type 3A. And that you wanted to add a type 3B to be reflective of the greenhouses. Is that correct? And so when we voted, it was recommendations number 2, number 3, and number 4. And number 4 was the administrative fine with the $1,000 per plant per day.
Well, shame on me. I slept through that in a way, and I'm surprised we had no public comment on that.
If I may, Takara and John, when I was reading the motions, I have 1 through 3, and
I see.
Obviously didn't read item number 4 because I don't have it on my paper.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. Oh, goodness.
Are you seeing that it's not on there? So, of those.
Yeah. I believe you read ordinance amendment approval number 1, which is the zoning ordinance text amendment. Number 2, the proposed zoning ordinance amendment recommend approval for reasons listed in staff report. And then you took out the recommendation number 1 underneath that motion. And then number 3 was the proposed ordinance text amendment within 3 days, within 10 days, it's in the resolution of attention.
I think that's right, Takara.
Okay. And so, and just to clarify, that recommendation number 1 was the following license type that we took out. So, okay. And that was for item number 4, and that was a point of clarification. But we did not reopen that item for hearing. We're still under item number 5.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So I believe based off of the comments and discussion we have, we're looking to table item 5 and direct staff to come back with the points that were addressed by commissioners. So do we need a vote to table the item? That's my question. And if we do, somebody needs to make that motion and vote. Or do we just take a vote?
If I may?
Yes.
You have to vote. You do have to call a vote, and you have to vote on if you want to continue it to a date certain, which you would direct staff for a date that you want to come back, or if you want to leave it open a date uncertain.
I would like a date certain because I think that planting season is coming up. So a lot of people are waiting on this. And so I would like it to be the next date of the Planning Commission. And that gives public the way to outreach to us, outreach to the CDD, And I think we've heard a lot of different topics, whether it was just live or if it was through the letters. And so then we can attack this. I would hate to see this get pushed further out, but obviously I don't want to touch this and make any mistakes because there's a lot of lives at stake, as people have stated they put their life savings into this. And so that is what I would like to see. So I would like to table this and then schedule this for the next planning commission meeting.
My preference would be as early as possible as well, but is that a realistic request of CDD staff, Takara, to pull things together by the next meeting?
We'll make it happen. And that next meeting is March 11th.
March what, Takara?
11th.
March 11th.
So are we going to entertain a motion to that effect, or? Okay, so we need a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I move that the Planning Commission table, or rather continue item 5 until the next Planning Commission meeting, which will be on March 11, 2021.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hess,
Yes.
Commissioner Chavez,
Yes.
Commissioner Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Price,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes, Williams.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may. So the public between now and our next meeting can still, submit e-comments and emails and everything to staff and to CDD if they have any questions or anything that need to be addressed.
I don't think formally needs to be addressed. I think the understanding is that comment period is open still.
Or no, I mean like for our next meeting, like they can submit things for our next meeting that's scheduled for the 11th. It was my question.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
I think a number of the people who spoke today had specific questions about their own status, which you obviously can't answer today, Takara, but maybe there's a way that they can contact the department and ask their specific question, which is a question I'd be very concerned about as well.
Mm-hmm.
You're still a little bit of my thunder, Commissioner Hess. I'll wait till entire staff minutes. Just teasing.
I know.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to untimed staff updates, if there's any.
Yes, we have a lot. First, I would like to say I am very appreciative to the public for the very robust conversation that we've had today. It's always good to hear directly from the community members about things that we're putting before them that will impact them. So it's very good to have this level of discussion. As far as the minutes, the meetings that I have, we've heard the feedback about the phone tree. We posted out at our last meeting that we were trying to do something new in response to the Board of Supervisors closing the courthouse to the public on January 19th. We're trying a variety of different things to still provide stellar customer service while still protecting staff during this global pandemic. As I shared with you last time, things like staggered shifts, reminding staff to still wear their mask if they can't meet social distancing guidelines, and transitioning to a virtual community development department. Shared with you last meeting, that staff has just done an admirable job. I still feel that way. As with any new project or initiative, you have bugs to work out, and we've been working them out. We've heard the feedback. The phone tree, we tried it. We're going to try something different. Try to roll that out over the next couple of days. We are still here. We are open. We're just not physically open to the public. We have a fully virtual department. And on that one, I was teasing Commissioner Hess a little bit. You stole a little of my thunder. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is the Community Development Department's website. I want to give a shout out to Catherine Schaefer. She's been a really big help, and some other teammates were doing the heavy lifting with updating this the website. From top of my mind is Catherine Schaefer. She's leading the effort, and Jerry Driver, but it really is a full team effort. So we have information updated here underneath the news and information portal. We're accepting building permit applications via Acela. You click this little blue link, and it leads you directly to the Acela Citizen Access portal. You do have to create an account to be able to register and submit your application. It's a bit long, but once you do it one time, you're good to go. You can, after you submit your registration and log in, you can do a building permit here, building permit application. And this is kind of what it looks like once you start doing that. And then you can also submit complaints electronically via this portal as well. Again, you can reach that from our home page via Acela, via this link. You can also reach that via clicking on the building section of our website.
That's cool.
Just some more verbiage. We have a cannabis permitting application page. We're working on some really cool things. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too much, but one of the things we're trying to get out is so you can self-serve to see what your status of your project application is. We're going to roll that out pretty soon. I've seen some previews. It's pretty slick. Again, you know, team has just worked really diligently, and it's been a full all-hands-on-deck effort to get that out, and I can't wait till we get that out and open to the public. But the idea is you'll be able to come to this website, come to our homepage, or come to the cannabis permitting homepage and search for your permit application and see where you're at in the status in queue. As far as being able to reach our planning division is 100% fully virtual. Our preference is that you use our planning counter email to contact staff. That's planningcounter@lakecountyca.gov. If you click this little blue link, it'll automatically open up in whatever your preferred email, your email provider is, or you can just right-click it and open an email like that. And that's for, you know, your general planning, land use types of questions. In the past, inquiries came through either at the counter, in person, or over the phone. But again, you know, we've heard the feedback over and over again that we are slow. And, you know, to be frank, we are slow. We have over 300 open permit applications right now. The average community development department has 30 per month with 5 staff members. We have 6 staff members, 6 planners on staff, and over 300 permit applications. Just as a quick aside, I did the math. It would take us almost a year and a half to get through the permit applications if no more come in the door tomorrow. Continuing on, this is our cannabis section, information about how you can reach a planner. FAQ page, frequently asked questions. Here's the email that you can reach out to one of our cannabis divisions. More information about cannabis applications. And then more information about consultation. I won't read through all of it. I'm getting a little bit hoarse from earlier, but it is here. And then if you just have general questions that are not, you know, planning related or building related, you can always email us at our cdd@lakecountyca.gov email address as well. And again, I can't say it enough. I'm so proud of the team. Scott DeLeon, the director, has used the analogy that we're building a plane as we're flying it. And, you know, I kind of facetiously said we're building a fleet of 737s, and it feels like sometimes every day you're building the nuts and bolts of that plane while you're building the plane, while you're building the fleet. And staff has just risen to the occasion. They've gone above and beyond. Sometimes it feels like I'm coming in hot, and everyone keeps a smile on their face. They have a growth mindset. You know, anything I ask of the team to do in the name of customer service, in the name of the county, you know, you can really truly see that the CDD department cares about Lake County. And this is their home and this is their workplace, and it shows, and I'm really appreciative of that. Just as another quick aside, the workload, you know, we're not trying to give excuses, just trying to level set and show some of the environment that we're dealing with. that we have gone to a virtual planning counter, I would probably say the volume of emails has increased by threefold. And it's almost kind of like you get a quicker response via email than waiting in line at the planning counter behind somebody. You know, maybe you have a 5-minute question, but you're stuck behind somebody that has an hour question. So I have noticed that there has been an uptick in the amount of inquiries. And again, I really can't give enough accolades, enough kudos to the planning division, the building safety division, the code enforcement division, and the cannabis division. So in whole, the community development department. As you noticed earlier, we have that new teammate, Carrie Ann Marriott. She has prepared a bio that I would like to share with you all, just so you can kind of get a sense of who she is. Her bio, and I read it in full: a strong team consists of all the working parts moving together like a synchronized swimming team. Everyone does their part to contribute to the overall success. My philosophy has been the same throughout my career. I won't ask you to do anything I am unwilling to do myself. I'm also a strong believer in organizing, learning from mistakes, and there's opportunity for self-improvement and growth through every obstacle. I'm from a small Caribbean island called Jamaica, no accent though. I moved to California in 1997, then Maryland, DC in 98, New York in late 98 to 99, and back to California in 2000. Throughout my personal professional experience, I've learned that everyone wants to be heard, but everyone seems to forget to listen. Just ask my 2 little girls. And that is Carrie Ann Marriott in a nutshell, and I can tell you she's been on the team since Monday. Unfortunately, I was out of the office Monday, so I didn't get to meet her in person until today, but just I've already seen her personality shine through and via email and from the feedback I've heard from team members and just watching her in action just today. So again, help us welcome Carrie Ann Marriott, and also I want you to help us thank Trish Turner for her great work. I got a couple more things and then I'll be quiet. I talked a lot today. I want to remind everyone that e-comment is the county's official portal to receive written comments. Again, a new system, still working out some bugs. There's a 1,000 character word limit, but you can always attach a document to your written comment, and they will be read into the record to make sure that they are reflected as part of the meeting minutes. What else? Let's see. We've had some recruitments. We've had an interview for senior planner, and I made a conditional offer. So please think advised that he will accept that conditional offer. We have some applications coming through for principal planner, so hopefully we'll be able to get that coming through. We've made some offers for code enforcement officers. We are in the process for code CDD tech, which will help out with some of the planning counter workload. Not some, but all of it. Cannabis program manager went out. We're still looking for that to come back. And really, we're trying as hard as possible to get fully staffed out so we can get through that 300 plus permit backlog. When a person apologizes to applicants, you know, it is kind of frustrating when your application has been in queue or you've asked questions and you can't figure out what's up or down. But we, you know, the team is just really working really hard, and I really want to remind them to applaud themselves for all of their hard work and ask you all at the Planning Commission to applaud them as well, because I see their hard work and they are working very hard.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. So with that being our office news and updates, I would like to adjourn the February 25th meeting, 2021.
Thank you for hanging out. Go get some lunch, everybody. Go get some lunch and some coffee.
Good to see you all.
Have a good day.
Bye.